All right, man, peace. So as you brothers could see on the screen, there's an older sister, still attractive even at that point in her life. Her name is Shahrazad Ali, and many of you brothers may be familiar with her. She wrote a very powerful book almost 30 years ago, about 28 years ago, called The Black Man's Guide to the Black Woman. Was very, very controversial at the time because basically as a black female, she recognized that even back then, by 1989, the so-called black man and black woman were in the midst of a gender war, which had basically started in the mid-70s and by the late 80s was in full swing. She recognized the reasons behind it, and she decided to write a book to arm the so-called black man because she recognized, like I do, that you have to aim your messages at the so-called black man because he's supposed to be the head. Now, I'm pretty sure that she got assistance in writing her book from certain men in the Nation of Islam, most likely her husband. But the sister also has a good deal of wisdom. Why is that? Because she acknowledged what her role is. Once the so-called black woman acknowledges what her role is, then she's going to be gifted with wisdom. And a lot of the stress that she brings upon herself by accepting the feminist ideologies will be alleviated. You'll no longer have to take all these antidepressant drugs and all this random dick and all this wine like Gabrielle Union talks about. You won't need to do that anymore because, at this point now, you'll understand your role. There'll be less pressure. All right. But anyway, let's see what she has to say. She basically did a speaking engagement in which she listed the 7 attributes of a quote unquote good black woman. So let's see what she has to say.
As I said, this book demonstrates that we are not as different as we like to think that we are. So what I'm going to go over real brief right now is what the attributes are of the good black woman. Since she's not on television, we may not recognize her.
Yeah, well, hold up. Let me get my pencil and my damn loose leaf so I can write this shit down.
Okay. Now, the good black woman has 7 attributes, and then I'm going to explain to you how to utilize those in your day-to-day life. The good black woman has self-discipline, courteousness, cheerfulness, self-respect, intelligence, cleanliness, and love.
Does that woman also live on Saturn? Because, shit, she damn sure ain't here on Earth. That's for goddamn sure. Anyway, let me let you continue. Go ahead.
We've heard that terminology. It's like one of those where they tell you pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. What do that mean? How can I make that functional in my day-to-day life to benefit me as a practice? It sounds like all theory. Where's the practicum? What do I do? The good black woman has self-discipline. That's self-control. Let me make that real for you, sisters. We can start with our mouth.
I like the sound of that, but as we all know, the main reason why the quote-unquote good black woman or the black woman has no control over her mouth is because she's encouraged to run her mouth. She's encouraged to be rebellious. Please keep in mind, once again, this book was originally written by Shahrazad Ali or attributed to her as the author almost 30 years ago. So we know that we're 30 years along. The black woman is no longer just encouraged to be loud and odious. She's also encouraged to be a pansexual. So things have been stepped up to a whole other level that the so-called black man has to deal with. And now we're going into about the 40-year mark where it's customary for the black woman to be raising the child by herself. Okay? So that's the condition of the battle. But yes, it's very, very difficult for a woman to have self-discipline if she's not told that she's wrong in the first place. For the most part, discipline comes from an understanding of right and wrong. It's hard for somebody to say, well, I shouldn't be speaking when she's been told her whole life that it's a good thing for her to run her mouth.
The good black woman can control her mouth. She don't have to say everything that comes up. It's okay if he get the last word sometime.
Well, look, let me say this. For brothers who are in relationships with females that don't let you get the last word, that's a good thing. because that means that she's telling you right there, hopefully, that you have not had a child with her yet. If you're in a relationship with somebody, and a quote unquote relationship, and she always feels as if she has to get the last word, then that is notification for you that she's not wife material. She's just a concubine. All right. That's all she is a concubine. So don't take her seriously. Do not try to engage her in any serious conversation, because she's another liberal woman just looking to get into debates all the time. And really not debates, really just arguments, because in debates, both parties have to have facts.
She don't cuss in public. And she works on not cussing in private. She don't tear a man down with her mouth, because they can't out-argue us. Can't nobody out-argue us.
Hey, that's why I tell people all the time, brothers should not be going back and forth with these women, man. Once you see that the woman is argumentative that you're dealing with, it's time for you to develop your exit strategy. Okay? It's time for you to figure out your exit strategy. Do not try to fight fire with fire. The argumentative woman is trying to manifest her resentment towards men for whatever reason. Maybe her father wasn't around. Maybe she was molested as a child. Maybe she was raped. Either way, all of that eruption, that's a manifestation of her rage and her anger. Start developing your exit plan as soon as possible. All right?
I have charged that we nag our men too much. We keep our men's head tied up so much with our petty grievances about our personal relationship that he don't have time to think and plan for our future. Because he got to deal with what's going to happen with us every day. You know, it's real odd. When the black man come home, he almost have to do a wind test or stick his toe in the door. He don't know what's waiting. He don't know who in there today. He know it's a possibility that there's some kind of new monster that he didn't even know about yesterday. So
now, when you hear this sister speaking, you can see why it was so controversial when her book first came out, because she was viewed by many black females at the time as a whistleblower. She was viewed as somebody who was defecting over to the side of the black man, because even at that point, most of the black women were liberal, and they had embraced the man versus woman belief system, the man versus woman ideology. So believe me, even though the people in her audience here are laughing, she made appearances on numerous talk shows, and she was roundly attacked. Okay, not just by the host, but also by many of the people in the audience.
you know, we need to not make it like that. We need to not be so vicious with our mouth. You know, men are not petty like that. They're not going to out-argue us. And it has been proven that verbal abuse is just as harmful as physical abuse.
Well, I would say that it's up there, and it's just as harmful in a different way. But like she said, most men are not going to go back and forth with women. A lot of men do go back and forth with women now because they've been rendered mentally impotent because they're being raised by women. So all they've seen for most of their life is the back and forth and the volleying of negative energy. But if you're a man and your thought process works according to a certain way, you already know that a woman's not worth arguing with. That's like arguing with a child. All right? She throws her tantrum. She has to have the ability to end her tantrum quickly. If she lets that shit carry on, no problem. Have a nice life. Goodbye.
So let's not use our mouth to do that to him. The good black woman is courteous. She says, thank you, baby. I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate every effort you make. Try harder. I'm going to work with you. Thank you. I know you did your best. Now that's a whole new language.
Yeah, it is a whole new language. It is a whole new language. But, you know, in all seriousness, you know, these are all things. This is why I'm running this video, because these are a lot of the things that, especially a lot of brothers who might not have much experience dealing with women, these are things that you should be looking for from the woman. And these are characteristics that oftentimes the woman will try to exhibit early on in the relationship, the quote unquote relationship, because she's showing you a certain face. But You know, that's why I state that the woman is on lifetime probation. You always have to be wary of the female, of the woman, and her possible changes. Is she having a change because she's in a bad mood, or is she having a change because she's tired of acting? You know, these are things that you have to determine.
But just to say that during the course of the day, every day, with the man that you're trying to be with or want to be with, will make our life easier. We can't get it if we don't give it. We keep wanting them to give us and do something for us that we refuse to do and give to them. It don't work like that. The good black woman has self-respect. She don't have to go out naked just to get the attention of a man.
Well, shit. That should have been number one. That shit right there that she just said, that should have been number one. Because I state that ad infinitum. But look, man, I say this all the time. All this nonsense that these women talk about with men sexualizing women, that is a facade. The woman loves to sexualize herself. That's why you'll see them say asinine things. I dress like this for me. I don't dress like this to get men's attention. I dress like this for me. No, you dress like that because you have low self-esteem. You define yourself by your body. You want to weaponize your body. To be quite honest with you, the attire of most of these women should be classified as sexual harassment. Because for a female to proactively and consciously get dressed in a way to show off her breasts and her ass is a way to sexually harass men. To say, look, I'm dressing like this, but you have no right to look at me. You have no right to stare. You have no right to approach me. That's like you putting out dog food for the dog and getting mad at it for approaching the food. Okay? That is a form of harassment. And there's also a manifestation and an expression of the woman's need to try to utilize the power of her quote-unquote sexuality, which is really based on the mother goddess, the whore of Babylon, Venus or Ishtar, Aphrodite, whatever you want to call her, in an attempt to cultivate male veneration. That's why I say that the best way to counter that is to ignore them.
Up to me after the lectures, and they'll be talking to me, and they'll say, well, you know, all he think about is sex. All he think about is my body. I say, why don't you show him something else? And then here's the really good one.
Let me say this before she continue. For the woman to say, well, all he think about is sex, I mean, look, it's no disrespect. Most men are not going to be with you for your brain. I'm just going to be honest with you. Now, if you have a great brain, that's a great
a weave, they have on false eyelashes, another whole face, false fingernails, and all of that, and then they'll say, but I'm looking for a real man.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Once again, as you brothers could see, this is why this woman's book was very, very controversial at the time when it came out, because she was saying things that that most women did not want to hear from another woman, because if they heard it just from another man, they could brush it off. Okay, and I mentioned this before. These women, they use all that fake apparel, the the makeup and the eyelashes, and also the back then it was the weaves, but now it's just wigs. Now you have young women wearing wigs. The push-up bras and the Spanx and the butt pads and all these other things, the high heels. All these things are meant to hide their insecurities and their self-hatred. And yet they'll try to blame men for objectifying them when their entire clothing, their entire style of dress wear is based off of, number one, sexualizing and objectifying themselves, and number two, trying to take attention away from how much they hate themselves.
She has so many other good attributes about herself to get the attention of a man.
And I mean, look, this is not even just the black woman. This could be any woman. All right? For some of you brothers out there who feel like you don't want to deal with the black woman no more, but just any woman. Because as I've stated numerous times, this is not really just a liberal black woman issue. This is a liberal woman issue. It's just that the liberal black woman is prone to being the most, to having the most extensive amount of issues because they're within the weakest framework of a community. Meaning what? They don't have men who are going to tell them that what they're doing is wrong and tell them why and have a consistent code throughout the whole community. The woman knows, the black woman knows that even if she does come across a man who's going to try to check her, she can move on to the next man. And it's going to be a whole different set of rules and regulations.
We can take the sisters in a position to take all of the charge and sexual energy out of the black community by just dressing differently. We have the power.
Simple as that. And as soon as a woman dresses differently, she'll notice that she's perceived differently. Right? The woman will always say that she wants to be valued for her intellect and for her personality. But as the sister here says, she's leading with her ass and her titties. So how else is a man going to look at them? And once again, I don't make any commentary directed at the woman. Everything that I state is directed towards the man. Right? Because it's up to the man to view society and evaluate it and say, this is what I'm going to tolerate and this is what I'm not going to tolerate. Once the woman sees that you're not going to tolerate certain things, that's the only way that she's going to change. She's not going to change from a man's advice. The woman does not trust the man's information for the most part. For the most part. Now, of course, you have exceptions to every rule.
Control over that. That don't stop you from being beautiful. That don't stop you from getting a man. And it certainly puts things on the right perspective so some other judgments can be made other than physical. It don't take no knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to have a sexual reaction. That's the most base. We spend less time doing that than anything else we do.
Let me also say quickly, one of the main reasons why most of these liberal women don't want anything to do with the spiritual aspect is because they don't want a man to be the one that is lifting them up spiritually. They believe that they can usurp the role of the man and they can deal with the Most High directly. This is why you'll hear many of these women, particularly many of these black women who go to church, they'll claim that God is their husband or Christ is their husband. What is that their way of saying? You're not good enough to be my husband. I'm dealing directly with the Most High. There's no scripture that tells you that the Most High or Christ are the husband to any of these women. All right? The Most High is a spiritual entity. He doesn't have sex. Christ never had sex when he was on the earth. Okay? He was an ascetic. He wasn't dealing with women. So, no, Christ is not your husband. You're not worthy to be Christ's husband. Okay? So, that is just a way for the woman to try to once again usurp any form of propriety in how to deal with the man. The man is the priest. The woman is not a priest. Now, in the ancient world, during the time of prophecy, you have females who were prophetesses. But we're not in the time of prophecy anymore. So there are not any prophets. There are not any prophets or prophetesses out here right now. And anybody who claims to be is deluding themselves. But just to get back to the point, that's the main reason why the woman is scared to wear a long dress, because that represents order and that represents respect for the man, and they don't want to have to respect the man.
We do. So, that doesn't always have to be the forefront issue. We know we are capable of that. The good black woman has intelligence, meaning that she knows how to behave properly in the streets. She's not in the wrong place. Some of our women don't know what else to do other than go to the bar. They need some activities.
Let me say this also quickly. Oftentimes you'll see, and I remember, back when I worked in corporate America, I state this a lot. A lot of times the black woman in corporate America will try to engage you in these conversations that are not work related, to try to bait you into an argument, oftentimes because they don't have a man at home and they need that masculine energy, that back and forth with a man. So she'll try to establish that rapport with men at work. And I remember one black female tried to initiate a conversation with other people in the group about a woman who was out at 3 o'clock in the morning and who was dressed scantily clad, and she got raped. And somebody who decided that they were going to engage her in a conversation said, yeah, well, you know, she probably should not have been out at that time. And of course, the liberal woman, she became incensed, and she said, well, that's no excuse for a woman getting raped. And they tried to involve me in the conversation, and I stated, no, thank you. I do not engage random women in serious conversation. Why is that? Because it's fruitless. A man or a child understands that there are repercussions for their actions. What do you tell a child? You tell a child, don't talk to strangers. You know why? Because that can be the gateway to a child getting kidnapped or molestation. God forbid, if a child was to get picked up and thrown over a grown man's shoulder and people were to catch him and stop that man, they'd ask the child, what happened? If the child said, well, I was talking to that man, what's the first thing that people are going to tell that child? Don't you know not to talk to strangers? What is that a circuitous way of trying to communicate that you were partially at fault? Even to a child, even a child is held more accountable for their actions than the woman is. If a grown man was out in the street at 2:30 in the morning and he walked down a dark alleyway, he got robbed. When he reports it to the cops, what are the cops going to ask him? They're going to say, sir, why did you walk down that dark alley for? Right? Because it's understood that your actions can precipitate what happens to you. Of course, it doesn't make it right if a crime is committed on you because of a decision, but still your decisions are going to precipitate what occurs in your life. The woman actually believes, the modern day liberal woman actually believes that she should be able to, number one, dress however she want, go wherever she want, at whatever time she want, and she should never be held accountable for her bad decisions. Yes, if you're out in the street at 3 o'clock in the morning dressed like a hoe, you're going to encounter men who are unseemly, who may try to take your vagina. I mean, it is what it is. That's why I don't engage people in conversations like that. I'm a firm believer that if a woman doesn't understand those basic things at 25, 30 years old, it's not my job to teach you. Your parents should have taught you that. Right? Your parents or your man have to teach you that. That's not my problem. I'm not going to be here arguing with a broad that I ain't getting no pussy from. Simple as that.
A lot of women thinking that staying home on the weekend is some kind of sin. Some of our women think that if they don't have a new outfit to wear every day, that they're going to self-destruct. You know, we have a lot of that kind of nonsense going. Every time we buy new outfits and clothes or whatever, all we're doing is sending money out of our community. We don't own no clothing store. If the white man closed the shoe factory, we'd all be here barefooted tonight.
Well, that also goes back to the fact that, you know, at one time people knew how to make their own clothes. Now people don't know how to make their own clothes, and they don't know how to grow their own food. That's part of the incremental agenda to make people totally dependent on the government. Okay. At one time, if people were sick, they knew how to go out into the field and pick a certain plant or flower that could heal them. Now you have to go to a doctor and get some type of opioid prescription. And then they want to act like they care that people are addicted to opioids. Well, how could you try to claim that you care that people are addicted to opioids when you don't allow them to have the knowledge that it would take to heal themselves, because opioids are a multi-billion-dollar business. Right? So it's the same thing with clothing. Yes, so-called black people spend a lot of money on clothes, but it's because most of them have no idea how to make their own clothes, and they don't know how to make their own shoes. Right? That's what happens when you become urbanized. They tell our people that we're urban. They want us to believe that we're urbanized, meaning that we're city folk. So-called black people that, you know, in their essential nature are akin with nature. But that has been totally taken away because of the generation upon generation of being quote unquote urbanized. All right.
We don't own no shoe factories. You know, very base things that we don't own, that we put our money into and demand we have to have them.
And let me say this also. Most of the original cities were built by so-called black people, so it's not a bad thing to be a city dweller. But my point is that so-called black people now, and really most people in general, they have no idea how to get what they need from nature, what you need to heal yourself and clothe yourself and feed yourself. No, most people don't know how to do that anymore.
Sometimes our men look at us and know that he ain't never going to be able to make enough money to give us all of the things we say we want. And don't no man want to be with no woman who he constantly got to deny her the things that she says she wants. That represents failure to him, to have to always, not be able to provide us with what we ask for. One of the ways we can do that is to start being satisfied with less. The good.
Let me also say this. The sister makes a lot of valid points, but also it's incumbent upon the man to recognize when you're with a woman who intends to dig deep into your pockets. All right? If you're with a female who's trying to dig deep into your pockets, then it's up to you to get rid of her. Or if you have the money to subsidize her wants, like a Floyd Mayweather, then it is what it is.
Black woman is clean. Now that's a hard one. The good black woman try to keep the house clean. Good black woman is clean by her own body. A lot of those things we kind of take for granted, but all of our people don't know about that. There are people who are angry with me because I even describe the fact that some of us as sisters don't have the proper personal hygiene, as if that don't exist.
Oh, please speak on that. Because goddamn. Whew. Some of these women, damn, they spread their legs. You feel like you drove past a damn dumpster. Be like, what the hell is that? Is that a vagina or am I out in the ocean? Feel like you at Red Lobster. You look between his broad legs. You got crabs, shrimps, clams, mussels. The hell is going on? Damn vagina smell like a red snapper.
We have too much falsehood and pretense going about our condition. Everybody that's dressed up ain't clean. That's just the truth. We have to look at our condition in the light of truth. Stop reacting emotionally and pretending that just because we don't want to deal. One of the most difficult things that I deal with out here is trying to teach our people the difference between an actual fact and an opinion. Our people think that they can accept or reject truth based on how they feel about it.
Well, that is an issue still with the so-called black community today. That's a major issue with the so-called black community today. You have a lot of, especially with the pro-black, they feel like because they don't like the Bible that they therefore can nullify the Bible. You can never nullify something just because you don't like it. Okay? Here's what we do know. We know that none of the pro-black rhetoric, none of the Afrocentrism has helped so-called black people in the least. And the falsehood behind Afrocentrism is that most Afrocentric blacks refuse to move back to Africa. And I tell the pro-blacks this all the time. If you so pro-black, hit that plane back to Africa. You hate Trump so much, hit that plane back to Africa. None of you guys really hate Trump, the pro-blacks who claim to hate him so much. You know how I know that? Because y'all ain't leaving. People who lived in Cuba under Castro, they hated it, so they left. Y'all ain't leaving America. Y'all just want to sit here and bitch and complain. That's how I know that most of you just want a hug from the white man. That's really all it's about.
Your feelings don't change the truth. The truth is just gonna be there. You can feel any kind of way you want to feel about it. Those kind of emotions have kept us from growing. Because anything we don't like, we just reject that and say, well, I don't believe that. That don't mean that it's
absolutely
not the truth. It just makes you a disbeliever. The good black woman practices non-possessive loving. Now, y'all know that's a hard one.
And hey, I see where she's going with this. And this is a very controversial topic amongst so-called black people, especially a lot of simp black men, black males, I should say. And of course, the liberal black woman. But I see where she's going with it. Okay? When she says non-possessive loving.
Now, envy is wanting what someone else has. And jealousy, of course, is just selfishness.
Let me take it back about 30 seconds just to get what she's saying in context.
Stop reacting emotionally and pretending that just because we don't want to deal. One of the most difficult things that I deal with out here is trying to teach our people the difference between an actual fact and an opinion. Our people think that they can accept or reject truth based on how they feel about it. Your feelings don't change the truth. The truth is just gonna be there. You can feel any kind of way you want to feel about it.
Now, please notice that she gave her soliloquy on the truth, and how omnipotent it is and how irrelevant it is that somebody rejects the truth. And she goes from there and she transitions into non-possessive loving. Why did she do that for? Because she knows that most people don't like to hear this truth about quote unquote non-possessive loving. She knows that most so-called black women are going to reject this. And this goes back to the video that I made about the she gotta have it phenomenon with Spike Lee. Most of these women, the reason why they reject a man having multiple women is because they want to have multiple partners themselves. All right? They want to be men.
Those kind of emotions have kept us from growing. Because anything we don't like, we just reject that and say, well, I don't believe that. That don't mean that it's not the truth. It just makes you a disbeliever. The good black woman practices non-possessive loving. Now, y'all know that's a hard one. Now, envy is wanting what someone else has. And jealousy, of course, is just selfishness. Non-possessive loving is not an easy one for us to practice. And, of course, I have a lot of sisters and some brothers who are in disagreement with me saying that.
Yes, of course, because so-called black man has become a simp. All right? Many so-called black men out here, because they've been raised by single mothers, they have rejected order. They've become agents of chaos themselves. So it's not so much that they don't really want to deal with multiple women. Number one, most of them don't have the mental faculties to even have one woman, much less multiple women, but they'll have multiple whores. Right? Meaning a lot of these guys, what you'll notice about the simp, and I say this all the time, if you really pay attention to the simp, most simps don't even have a woman. What they do is they try to become the side dude to multiple women because they don't have the mental faculties to actually lead a woman anywhere. So they have to always try to kiss a woman's ass and, you know, adhere to the worship of the feminine principle. A lot like the character of Mars Blackman, and She's Gotta Have It. Okay, the character of Mars Blackman was the simp archetype. When I say the simp archetype, he was the woman worshiper who really couldn't have his own woman, so he wanted to play the side dude to multiple women. And that's the simp phenomenon. Most of the males who come against the premise that a man can have more than one woman, that's the psychosis that they're dealing with. And of course, the woman, I've already went into that. The woman don't want a man to have multiple women. Why is that? Because that means that she has to make sure that her conduct is in order, or he'll just move along to the next woman. See, when a woman knows that all you have is her, she pretty much knows that you're at her mercy. She knows that you have to put up with her bullshit, especially if you've been trained properly. If a man has been trained to worship women properly, he pretty much is going to put up with whatever the woman does, no matter how much she disrespects him. Now, the concept of a man having multiple women, now that relegates the woman into an entity that is replaceable. And the woman cannot take that mentally. Okay? Because that goes contrary to her essential nature, and that is to be a proponent of chaos. Now, not only can she not be a proponent of chaos, now she has to really accentuate order, or she's going to be put to the back of the line.
But the actual fact is that our men are outnumbered about 5-1. And nature is going to require that the men take responsibility for more than one woman and her children. Most of our men have children by more than one woman anyway. So I don't know why that was such a surprise, allegedly, when I said that.
Well, the reason why it was such a surprise is you already touched on it. Most people don't want to hear the truth. All right. And I've touched on this numerous times. The woman already knows that most of the time that her man has another woman. She just don't want to know about it. All right. That's an affront to her ego. Like in the video on Muhammad Ali that I did, Ali's second wife, Belinda Ali, would actually set up Ali to have sex with different women. She didn't mind it as long as her station as Ali's wife was never threatened. Now, when Ali went to Manila and he told Ferdinand Marcos that the female that he was traveling with, Veronica Porsche, was his wife, that is when Belinda Ali went into a rage. Because she said it's one thing for you to just get your nut off with these various women. Why? Because Belinda Ali was most likely getting her little thing going on the side herself when Ali was out of town. All right? She didn't mind that, but she did like the prestige of being considered Muhammad Ali's wife. And that's what really made her spaz out, was when Ali called the other woman his wife. Remember, brothers, the woman will always embrace chaos. She cannot stand order, even if there's no change in the convention. Right? The woman just wants, no, she's all about status.
The black man has not been waiting on me to tell him he could have more than one woman. You know, I'm in agreement with the rest of y'all. I don't think he should do that, but I feel like you did.
You see that? You see what she admitted? She admitted that even in her heart of hearts, even though she's talking all this stuff, even in her heart of hearts, she does not want her man to have more than one woman. That's why I said that she most likely is just a mouthpiece for somebody else who guided her to write that book. But the sister is on point with a lot of things that she's bringing out. But she more likely than not is just a front for most likely her husband who wrote the book and trained her up properly to go out there and represent a lot of those tenets that were in the book.
There are some things perhaps about the nature of our man that we have been given some definitions about that are not true. There are some things he can do that we call him a dog. We do not have the same capabilities as a man. I am not talking about fornication and adultery. That's something else. I'm talking about...
And before the sister goes on, let me also say this, because there's a lot of confusion about what fornication and adultery are. Fornication is unnatural sexual acts. Okay? People in this society have been taught that fornication is quote unquote sex before marriage. Fornication is when you engage in unnatural sexual acts, meaning what? Homosexuality, lesbianism, bestiality, incest, pedophilia. Okay, that is what fornication is. I'll probably do a video on that in a Bible topic. And adultery is when a man sleeps with another man's woman, or if a woman sleeps with a man other than her husband. Okay, but if a man was to sleep with another woman who does not herself have a man already, there's nothing wrong with that. All right, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as he is dealing with that woman on some type of level. But there's nothing wrong with a man sleeping with another woman. He could have his main woman. He could have a concubine. He could have more than one wife. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's all throughout the scriptures. But I'll probably do a video on that at a later date. But most of you brothers who have actually read the Bible, you already know that. You know, a lot of these brothers out here don't know anything. And that's the main problem. The so-called black man has never been taught anything. The things that he's been taught were by his mother, the school, or the television. He don't know shit, and that's why he's always ending up making bad decisions and going to prison.
Actual responsibility of fatherhood and husbandhood of another family. That's quite different from fornication and adultery. We don't have the same capabilities of them. That's right. A man can have two homes, 2 sets of in-laws. He can eat dinner at 2 houses, 2 sets of children, 2 garages, 2 separate sets of friends attached.
But let me also say this, and I say this every time I mention this topic. Just because you can have more than one woman does not necessarily mean that you should. A lot of brothers are not mentally capable of having more than one woman. A lot of brothers ain't really mentally capable of having one woman. Okay? And also remember, for every woman that you have, that's a headache. Unless the Lord just bless you with a woman who's about peace. Every woman that you have is a headache. So you have one woman, you have one headache. You got 2 women, you got 2 headaches. All right, you have one main woman, you got a concubine. That's a side headache. That's what that is. All right? So you have to be mentally able to deal with all that.
To that woman, he can have all of that. We can't do that. We can't cook dinner at 2 houses. We can't sleep with one man 4 nights a week and another one 3. Ain't no man.
Well, let me say this. She said we can't cook dinner at 2 houses. Most of these bros can't cook dinner at 1 house. All right? Most of these bros can't boil water. And she said that we can't sleep at one man's house, or sleep with one man for 4 days, the other man for 3 days. I don't know about all that. A lot of these women got men on the schedule. like they working at a damn like they working at a damn car plant or car factory. They say you come in on Sunday, you come in on Monday, you come in on Tuesday.
Ain't gonna agree with that. We can't have one set of children we leave in one place and go and stay in another place and take care of another set. It doesn't work for us. Now that does not mean that we can't have sex with more than one man. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just taking responsibility for your children. Now certainly every man can't take financial responsibility for all of his children. He can do something. But a man who is spending...
let me say this quickly. That goes back to what I stated about responsibility. Please understand that even if you just have one woman, you have to seriously scrutinize that woman before you have a child with her, much less having children with multiple women. Okay? You have to be with a woman for years before you even consider having a child with that woman. And you must have gone through adverse situations with that woman and been able to determine if she's somebody who can deal with adversity. Very, very, very important, much less having a family with multiple women. See, in this society is so chaotic and frenetic, and it's so much about entropy that it's very, very difficult for the woman to conceive in her mind that her man can have more than one woman. Very difficult. They have to be raised that way. And that's why you'll notice in many other cultures that the people seem to be more at peace, because they're raised from their youth upward to embrace a certain culture. Culture has conventions, it has codes, and it has ordinances. These are all things that so-called black people don't have. That's why it's laughable to me that so-called black people get upset when I say that black people don't have a culture. All right? They don't. You can get mad about that if you want. It's okay.
Time with a child is going to do something for it. Because then they'll find out what we have since we've been taking care of them.
Let me rewind this back a little bit to get what she's saying in proper context.
He can eat dinner at 2 houses, 2 sets of children, 2 garages, 2 separate sets of friends attached to that woman. He can have all of that. We can't do that. We can't cook dinner at 2 houses. We can't sleep with one man 4 nights a week and another one 3. Ain't no man gonna agree with that. We can't have one set of children we leave in one place and go and stay in another place and take care of another set. It doesn't work for us.
Let me say this also quickly. When she said that we can't be with one man for 4 days and another man for 3 days, that's kind of the sentiment of she gotta have it. That you have 3 men who know about each other and they're all vying for the attention of one woman. That's how you know that shit is it's not realistic. No real man is going to be sharing no damn woman, knowing that other men are trying to vie for this woman in a serious way. Okay, that's how you know that the true intention, the true impetus behind that film was to promote the whore of Babylon or the mother goddess archetype. That's all it was. Because Spike Lee is smart enough to know that real men ain't gonna do that. They might share a hoe. Most men are out here sharing hoes, but you're not gonna share no woman in a serious way. Come on.
Now that does not mean that we can't have sex with more than one man. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just taking responsibility for your children. Now certainly every man can't take financial responsibility for all of his children. He can do something. But a man who is spending time with a child is going to do something for it. Because then they'll find out what we have since we've been taking care of them by ourselves. You don't like to always say, no, I can't do it. No, I ain't got it. So the children will make you get it up. You spend some time with it. You know, that's an important thing. The effectiveness of the principles that I just described, their usefulness has not diminished just because modern opinion has changed about them.
Exactly. And that's why the scriptures tell you, I believe it's Jeremiah the 6th chapter. I believe it's around the 16th verse. It tells you, seek ye the old paths. All right. Seek ye the old paths. Those are the ways, the ways that have worked since antiquity. There's a reason why those methods have been around for thousands of years. Now, all of a sudden, people are talking about how a child should be raised by 2 mothers or 2 fathers. You have to have both that energy, but it has to be functional. It has to be a functional relationship. You know, you just can't have a man and a woman in a home just for the sake of having that. They have to be functional. And you can only have functionality in a strong culture. It's not that difficult to figure out, brothers.
There is not a black man in this room who does not still enjoy it if his woman bake him a cake. Well, our young daughters are being raised and taught that that's old style and that's out of fashion. We are not making those rules. Somebody else is, and they're imposing them on us and making...
Yes. What she's addressing is a sentiment that I touch on frequently, which is the Caucasian liberal and how they're imposing their thought processes on so-called black people, particularly so-called black women. It's been going on since the 50s, all right? And it's incrementally built up momentum until today, where basically most of these male and females only get together to have sex, and then they depart after about 2 or 3 months. All right, that's the average relationship, quote unquote, in America. About a 2 or 3 month tryst where people go out to eat a few times and, they bust a few nuts and then they go their separate ways. Why is that? Because neither party is raised with a gender specific identity.
I think that we have to qualify under them. I tell the brothers, just like I tell the sisters, if you have a woman that you've been working with for months and years, and you can't get that woman to get in agreement with your program, then get rid of her and get another one.
Thank you. Look, this shit ain't that hard, brothers. It's really not. Or let me specify, it's not that complex. Now, if you've been with a broad for years and years, now the spirit of that woman might be on you. It might be hard to cut her off. But you know when a woman is off as hell. You know when you should have been got rid of her ass. Broad was trying to argue with you, break up for 2 months and want to crawl back. Why? Because the new dick that she tried to have replaced you ain't taking her seriously, but your dumb ass is taking her seriously. You know when you should have been cut the bitch off. This sister right here is telling you the same thing. Cut them off, but don't wait years. If a woman don't know how to act after a couple months, cut her ass off. Goodbye. Ain't got time for the bullshit. The longer you hold up the bus in the station, you stopping the next bus from coming. All right? You have to understand your own value and your own worth. But that's why, once again, you got to put the Most High first. You got to utilize prudence and proper judgment and discernment. That's why I tell cats to put that weed down, man. Cats make bad decisions when they on that weed. And on all that strong drink. Making all these bad decisions, skeeting up in hoes without condoms on. Talking about she got a fat ass. Yeah, okay. Well, I hope that ass is worth 18 years of hell, nigga.
And I tell the sisters the same thing. If you're with a man you can't agree with, don't make his life miserable. Get with a man you can agree with. But we spend too much time living in hell with each other. We spend too much time tearing each other down, trying to...
Well, let me say this. She followed up by saying, if you with a man that you can't agree with, move on to a man that you can't agree with. No. The job of the woman is not to find a man who agrees with her. Her job is to be agreeable. Okay? So the sister went off on that second point. It's not the job of a woman to find a man who agrees with her. Just that sentiment in and of itself, just that thought process shows that the woman believes that a man is supposed to conform to her understanding. This is why I stated, even though you listen to a female like this, you also have to be very, very, very conscious of the fact that she is still a woman. Okay? So she's going to slip in little things because she's constantly battling against Satan in her own mind and her own spirit. I guarantee you that. Even with all the teachings that she's most likely regurgitating from her husband. She's battling every day. And if you ever read her book, in her intro, she tells you that she had to battle with her tempestuous spirit, man. That's why, once again, when you're dealing with the woman, you got to constantly be like a guide and like a psychiatrist to help them out, because they are constantly at war within themselves. And had Adam had that understanding, he wouldn't have felt like he did.
The other person do different or function different. If you want somebody to change, first change yourself. We set the example. We are the teacher. We are the mother. We set the example.
Well, look, let me say this. She sets the example. The woman sets the example for the children. Okay? She sets the example for the children. But I may follow up on this video with subsequent videos in regards to this sister and some of her teachings. But as you brothers could see at the bottom, a lot of her videos are there. Her book is definitely worth buying if you're one of those brothers who need some insight on the woman. That book is a classic, though. Many brothers know about that book, The Black Man's Guide to the Black Woman. It came out damn near 30 years ago, and it's still as relevant today as it was back then. So it's up to you, but it's not really that hard to figure out. The scriptures tell you everything that she stated, except it tells you even more, and from a more consistent perspective, because the Bible doesn't battle within itself like she's obviously battling within herself. All right. But anyway, brothers, stay vigilant. All right, man. Peace. So, brothers, this is going to be volume 2 to an initial entry in this series that I made last December, a video entitled Black Woman Explains Liberal Black Women. And the reason why I felt like titling that video was very important in the way that I entitled it, and the reason why I felt like utilizing this sister here and many of the statements that she makes in regards to addressing the phenomenon that plagues the modern liberal black woman is so relevant is because it's best to get information like this from a member of that demographic so that people don't try to perpetuate this nonsense about the gender war, about the so-called black man being against the black woman. And I say this all the time on my channel. This is not a hate the black woman channel. This is not a black man versus black woman channel. Those channels are all over YouTube. Most of those people are two-dimensional thinkers. Most of them are people who are really not capable of loving anyone. And they really just want attention for themselves because they still feel an enormous amount of vitriol for their own relationship failures. At the end of the day, brothers, we have to operate on a higher level. Don't get it twisted. I understand that the so-called black woman, for the most part, is liberal. And the liberal black female is basically like a real-life zombie. She's a person who has decided to absorb or take in a lot of self-defeating and self-destructive ideologies. They permeate her. They permeate the so-called black community. One of the main ideologies that the liberal black female has embraced is feminism. As a matter of fact, that is her main altar. As I've been explaining to so many of you brothers that frequent my channel almost since the inception of my channel, the three main altars of the modern liberal female, but particularly the so-called liberal black female, because my channel is geared towards the so-called black man, is that number one, she's a globalist, meaning she loves everyone, or at least alleges to. She wants to hold hands with everyone. The so-called liberal black female is always claiming to have knowledge of various movements and revolutions and things of that nature because she loves to appear cultured and to have an understanding of what's going on all across the world, when oftentimes she does not even grasp what's going on in her own life. The second altar of the liberal black female is the racialist altar, meaning what? She loves to talk about race issues. Oftentimes she'll depict herself as being quote-unquote pro-black, when in reality, the racialist altar is normally just used to garner attention for herself and to take attention away from the so-called black man, who's the true target of most racism in this society and in any society where we have that racism dynamic. Why is that? Because the man is the threat. The woman is not the threat. The woman will never be the threat. In all reality, the woman is viewed as being a part of the spoil. When I say spoil, I mean the riches. When you conquer a country, when you conquer a nation, you kill the men and you take the women as spoil, as concubines, sex slaves, whatever you want to call them. So the black woman will never be a threat, ever. As a matter of fact, the only time that she's viewed as a threat is when she shows loyalty and fidelity to the so-called black man. Then that becomes a problem. And the third altar, which is by far her strongest altar, is the feminist altar, which is where she gets to venerate herself as the mother goddess. This is where we get the ideology that currently is making its way through the so-called black community, especially the woke contingent of the so-called black community, of the black woman being quote-unquote God. For those of you brothers who remember, back in the 80s and early 90s, that's when they started calling the so-called black woman a queen. Then it was, she's a goddess. Now it's, she's a god. For the most part, that philosophy is initiated and propagated by fatherless Negroes. It's normally so-called black men with no father that want to push that ideology about the so-called black woman being God. The so-called black woman is beautiful. All women, for the most part, are beautiful when they're in their right mind, but particularly the so-called black woman, when she's in her right mind, is beautiful. But most of them are not in their right mind. And that's the reason why the so-called black man has to get himself together so that he can correct his woman. And if we have that mentality, that mindset, you watch the trickle-down effect. What the so-called black man is being convinced of is that he has to be a social activist. He has to grab up bullhorns and stand on top of cars and call attention to himself and talk about the system. No, the greatest way that you could rebel against a quote-unquote oppressive system is to take control over your household. And if every so-called black man does that or did that, and then on top of that, embrace a culture based in a code of ethics that would be productive as opposed to destructive, then there's nothing that could stop us. But the first thing that the so-called black man has to do is correct himself. We have to correct ourselves. But we do have to understand the so-called black woman and how she's been programmed. Because to be quite frank with you, most of them are not going to make it. They're too far gone. It's like a virus that has permeated every aspect of their DNA, every organelle in their DNA structure has been plagued by this disease known as feminism, i.e. Luciferianism, i.e. mother goddess worship. Very difficult for them. Very, very difficult for them to overcome that level of programming. But just getting back to the topic at hand, this sister here, Shahrazad Ali, is a very potent speaker because you're pretty much getting it from the gift horse's mouth. You're getting it straight from the source because she is a so-called black woman. So supposedly she understands the issue better than anyone else. But if you're a man of wisdom, you represent the pinnacle of understanding. And I can't stress that to brothers enough. When you ascend to the pinnacle of wisdom, or you're near there, you're going to understand the so-called black woman better than she understands herself. You have to, because you have to heal her. That's the main reason why they push that black woman is God stuff, because they know the so-called black woman is not going to be involved in healing the so-called black man spiritually. He has to heal himself and then assist her in healing herself. And that's the bottom line of it. But anyway, let's let the sister speak. And of course, I'm going to chime in.
My position is that the black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the black man is a direct cause of the breakdown in our black family structure.
Damn. She ain't playing no games, is she? She started off with fire. Start off with straight fire. But once again, brothers, has the so-called black woman rejected the image of the so-called black man as a leader? Absolutely, they have. You see it everywhere. You see it in the household. You see it in the workplace. The so-called black woman has no respect and no regard for the so-called black man. And once again, that's how you know that when she tries to take on her racialist altar, that's a big act. That's a front. That's not real. Because if she truly cared about the so-called black man as much as she claimed she does, she'd show it more in the household with her significant other. That's why I always state, when these liberal black females, so-called pro-black females, come onto the internet and talk about how much they love their black men, well, that's not what it's about. It's about, do you love your black man? That's what you have to focus on. That's what you have to concentrate on. But if the so-called black man wants to regain the respect of the so-called black woman, what we have to do is to show a far greater deal of discernment and discipline. We have to learn how to say no to things. We have to learn how to turn down things that are not going to be beneficial, that are not going to be constructive. Anything that can be destructive or obstructive, we have to remove from our zone, from our circle. We have to remove it expeditiously. And it's going to happen very, very slowly, but it will happen because it's already been written.
And of course, there are many black people who those fighting words. Because as black women, we have never been subject to the kind of examination that our men have been subject to since we have been here.
I say that all the time. And this is why even on my channel, when I speak about the liberal black female, the percentage of liberal black females that get upset about what I say is far higher than when I say certain things about the so-called black man. Now, of course, I get many brothers that come on my channel and get upset, especially when I get on the so-called pro-blacks. But for the most part, the so-called black man gets angriest at me when I talk about his favorite sports star or weed. Those are the two biggest idols of the so-called black man. That's very obvious. His favorite sports idol and weed, at least from what I see on my channel. When it comes to many liberal black women, they get very upset about any form of criticism of the so-called black woman, and they try to make the conversation descend into gender war. Once again, I cannot say this enough times. I don't engage in back and forth with women, particularly not in an argument. I'm a firm believer that if you're a man going back and forth with a woman, you better be getting two things from her: food and vagina. If you're not getting those two things from a woman, you're wasting your damn time arguing with her. And those are two great things. Vagina and food are both great things. But you really shouldn't even be arguing with a woman, even when you're getting those things from her. You're going to have disagreements. But all these ferocious, vitriolic exchanges and verbal volleys of insults, so on and so forth, no. You don't need to be doing that, so-called black man.
Have been somewhat protected and shielded from any kind of critiquing about our personal behavior, whereas our men have always been up for examination. The book is not an attack on black women. I have never said that all black women do everything that I list in my book. None of us have lived long enough to do everything that I list in the book. But most...
Well, shit, to be quite frank with you, I've read your book, sister. And I do believe that the vast majority of these liberal black females have done damn near everything in your book. Because they have a lot of time to do a lot of shit. You ever notice that, brothers? You ever notice how much time some of these liberal females have? It's like, damn, what do you do all day? You never seem to have so much damn time. Like they say, an idle mind is the devil's toolbox, right? But just in regards to many of the things that the sister touched on in her book, the reason why the book resonated with so many so-called black men at that time is because they read it and it was like, wow, I'm not crazy. This sister here is actually speaking to me. She's speaking to what I experience. And that's why I made this channel, and I always state that it's geared towards the so-called black man. Because I know that there's almost no one that is making videos or that is trying to market information to the so-called black man. Everything is about being pro-blackity black. And the pro-blackity blacks are very, very confused, man. They just are. They have no respect for order. Once again, my channel is a pro-truth channel geared towards the so-called black man. And this is what brothers need, in my view, in regards to their mentality. We have to embrace the truth. We have to embrace an understanding of what's going to be the most beneficial for us. Not the victimization mentality, not the gender war, not the circular racial talk. That's another thing. Too many of you pro-blackity blacks, you love going back and forth with the white man on the internet, trading low-level insults, when you should be trying to build up your own level of understanding and not worrying about their views about you. Who cares about their views about you?
To us do some of the things that I've listed in my book. And I do say that it is not because of generalizations that we are all victimized by some of the negative patterns of behavior in the book, but the book just represents our collective contribution. This is some of everything that we have done, or that we do daily, that contributes to the breakup of our relationship, the destruction of our man, and the failure of our children to be able to function.
Let me say this before the sister continues. It's very important to understand that, unfortunately, for so many liberal black females and liberal females in general, they have a detachment from being able to comprehend what they do to bring about the destruction of their life. That's why you have so many older women today in their early to mid 40s who will openly talk about how they had a good man when they were in their late teens or early 20s, but they were told by their friends at the time or their female family members to let him go because he's too boring, he's too lame, or you have to go out there and you have to sample different things. You have to try out new things because why settle for him? These are things that the so-called black woman has been trained to embrace in regards to her mentality. And then that's really just a supplementary program from the root program, which is her being an agent of chaos. Remember, the woman by nature is an agent of chaos. That is why Satan came to the woman in the garden. Satan didn't go to Adam, he went to Eve. Because you pollute the man through the woman, because when you have the woman set up as an idol, like Adam did, you want to appease her. You want to make her happy at all times. So if you're Satan, you work through the woman, because if the man venerates the woman, he's going to do what the woman wants. So all you have to do is seduce the woman. You seduce the woman, and then you get the man right away. Okay, that's how that works, brothers. And that's why the chain of command on the Luciferian end is going to have woman over man, or woman equal to man, quote unquote. On the right hand side, it's always going to be the man is the head. Because when the man is thinking properly and his spirit is well calibrated, he's going to know how to keep things in their proper perspective. You love your woman, but you don't fall in love with the woman. In love with the woman is idolatry. Like Adam was in love with the woman, that's why he fell.
Not tell us that all of that being my own person and I'm independent would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give...
Now, did you hear what the sister just stated? Keep in mind, these lectures that she was giving were taking place back in the early 90s. We're now in 2018. We're about 25 plus years from when this sister was going all across the United States giving these lectures. And things are even worse now than they were back then. Because back then, the so-called black community was not encouraged to become homosexuals and lesbians and embracing transgenderism. They were not encouraged to do that back then. Now, our people are encouraged to do those things.
Of us do some of the things that I've listed in my book. And I do say that it is not because of generalizations that we are all victimized by some of the negative patterns of behavior in the book, but the book just represents our collective contribution. This is some of everything that we have done or that we do daily that contributes to the breakup of our relationship, the destruction of our man, and the failure of our children to be able to function.
Let me say this before the sister continues. It's very important to understand that unfortunately, for so many liberal black females and liberal females in general, they have a detachment from being able to comprehend what they do to bring about the destruction of their life. That's why you have so many older women today in their early to mid 40s who will openly talk about how they had a good man when they were in their late teens or early 20s. But they were told by their friends at the time or their female family members to let him go because he's too boring, he's too lame, or you have to go out there and you have to sample different things. You have to try out new things because why settle for him? These are things that the so-called black woman has been trained to embrace in regards to her mentality. And then that's really just a supplementary program from the root program, which is her being an agent of chaos. Remember, the woman by nature is an agent of chaos. That is why Satan came to the woman in the garden. Satan didn't go to Adam, he went to Eve. Because you pollute the man through the woman, because when you have the woman set up as an idol, like Adam did, you want to appease her. You want to make her happy at all times. So if you're Satan, you work through the woman, because if the man venerates the woman, he's going to do what the woman wants. So all you have to do is seduce the woman. You seduce the woman, and then you get the man right away. Okay, that's how that works, brothers. And that's why the chain of command on the Luciferian end is going to have woman over man, or woman equal to man, quote unquote. On the right hand side, it's always going to be the man is the head. Because when the man is thinking properly and his spirit is well calibrated, he's going to know how to keep things in their proper perspective. You love your woman, but you don't fall in love with the woman. In love with the woman is idolatry. Like Adam was in love with the woman. That's why he fell.
Not tell us that all of that being my own person and I'm independent would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give...
Now, did you hear what the sister just stated? Keep in mind, these lectures that she was giving were taking place back in the early 90s. We're now in 2018. We're about 25 plus years from when this sister was going all across the United States giving these lectures. And things are even worse now than they were back then. Because back then, the so-called black community was not encouraged to become homosexuals and lesbians and embracing transgenderism. They were not encouraged to do that back then. Now, our people are encouraged to do those things. And it's very, very unfortunate. But once again, because the woman by nature is an agent of chaos, and because she enjoys embracing ideologies that are different from the norm, they get bored very easily. That's why they're so prone and susceptible to accepting Luciferianism, which is just anarchy. Oh, you're right, I should be above the man. I should separate from the man. And let me also say this. One of the main reasons why the so-called black woman was susceptible to feminism is because the so-called black man was taking her for granted. When you're with the woman, there's a way and a manner in which you deal with the woman. You're supposed to love the woman and be ready to die for her, as Christ did the church. That's scriptural. You have to be ready to protect the woman. She has to know that she can count on you. When the woman doesn't believe that she can count on you, remember, the woman is very much akin to a child. When a child sees that they cannot count on their parent, that fractures their overall mentality. It's the same thing with the woman. The woman has to know that she can count on you. That's why I always tell brothers, don't try to initiate a real relationship, anything of substance with the woman, if you don't have a steady income, if you don't have a place to stay. All you're doing is adding to the notion that the so-called black man is not a real man.
Up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man.
Well, sister, the reason why the so-called black woman got that mixed up, as you state, is because, unfortunately, and this is something that maybe even the sister missed out on, or it was above her level of comprehension. When the woman sees the man, what she associates with manhood is not just masculinity, it's also what he's bringing to the table. What the man represents. He represents protection, he represents housing, he represents food, all those things. When the woman was empowered, brought into the workforce, and told that she can drive wherever she wants, she does not have to answer to a man. Now the man was no longer a necessity. And when someone or something is no longer a necessity, then a person's outlook on them completely changes. The way that you conduct yourself with someone that you want is totally different from how you conduct yourself with someone that you need. And when the black woman was empowered in the late 60s, she no longer needed the so-called black man. And with the black man being the most disenfranchised man on the planet Earth, the most deculturalized man on the planet Earth, of course, the relationship structure between the so-called black man and black woman was going to be worse than any other so-called race. So that's what this sister's missing out on in her evaluation, with her inability to understand why, when the black woman was promised these things, a job and a house and all these other things, why they also understood that it had to come at the cost of having a man, and they were willing to buy into that. And they still are today. They still are to this day.
Yeah, we have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. You know, over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't.
Well, shit, it was 60% back then. It's about 85% today. And that might be a low estimate. About 85% of these liberal black women are single. And about 95 to 98% of all black women are liberal. Okay? So they're in dire straits in regards to being with a man and being able to maintain a relationship. In America and in the Western societies in general, but especially in America, about 60% of all women in America are single today because they can't maintain a man. They're too busy trying to confront a man at all times and have this relationship dynamic of constant antipathy where the man always has to be on his toes. He has to, quote unquote, worry about when the woman's going to be upset or angry about something. And I tell cats this all the time. When you get to that level where you have to start worrying about when the woman's going to be upset, it's almost time for her to go. Okay? It's almost time for her to go. Your life is supposed to be relaxed. That's why the average age that the so-called black man drops dead at is about 55, 56 years old. Because he's raised to believe that he should tolerate bullshit. No, you're not. When the woman shows that she does not want to fly right, send her on her way. Have a wonderful day. Good luck with you in all your future endeavors. God bless.
I don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women.
Well, let me say this. The Urban League is not really a quote-unquote black organization. What the Urban League is a Luciferian organization based in socialism. Okay? That's what the Urban League is. It's based in socialism. By extension, Marxism. Urban League is another Trojan horse mechanism that was used to empower the so-called black woman by disempowering the so-called black man. Okay? The Urban League is based in Luciferianism, like all those other civil rights groups that sprung up in the early 1900s, so on and so forth. You'll always see them associated. When you look up most of the chairmen of the Urban League, they were all members of the Divine Nine. And as a matter of fact, the original founder of the Urban League was a black man and a white woman. And then just about every so-called black man that was chairman of the Urban League was a member of one of the Divine Nine fraternities. Let me rewind this back a little bit in regards to what she's saying.
Children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. They say they don't allow that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. You know?
No, that's not a silly program, sister. Actually, it's purposeful. That's why they have it configured in that way. The only way that they want the so-called black woman to be able to reap the benefits of their socialist measures is to make sure that they have the man out of the home. Why is that? Because they're trying to socially engineer every household to look at the woman as the head. Why is that? Because they know that they have the woman firmly under control, because the woman is easier to seduce into Luciferianism than the man. You remove the man and empower the woman, and therefore you can take over the entire family, because now you can raise the little boys to be more feminine.
Women that have men, if they got a bunch of children, they need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. You know, we talk about the great strength that we have as black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single black men. Those apartments belong to black women.
In other words, what is the sister saying? It's easy to talk about how strong you are when you know that the white man has your back. And I say that all the time. The only reason why so many of these liberal black women run all across the internet trying to clickety-clack and argue with you and trying to compare the percentage of black women that graduate from college with black men, all this dumb shit, all this gender war shit, is because they know that if and when the shit hits the fan, the liberal Caucasian has their back. Now, the liberal Caucasian also has the back of the liberal black man, but why is that? The liberal Caucasian knows that the liberal black man puts the black woman above him. That's the hierarchy. On the liberal side, the so-called black man's at the very, very bottom. On the conservative side, he basically doesn't exist. Okay? That's why I tell a lot of silly liberal or woke blacks to come on my channel who get upset when I use that term liberal. Oh, well, why are you conservative? I never said that I was conservative. I don't define myself by those terms. The reason why I address the liberal so-called black is because that is the idea system that's embraced by most of our people, is to be super liberal, to go along with so-called progressive beliefs, i.e. homosexual empowerment, transgenderism, female over male, child over adult, so on and so forth. As above, so below.
Are allowing this to go on in their home. We have not looked at what part of the responsibility do we share. Yes, black men sell a lot of drugs, and a lot of us black women get the money from them drugs and buy some of these fancy clothes we wear.
Yes, and beyond that, one of the main reasons why weak-minded so-called black men start to embrace criminality is because they understand that oftentimes attracts women. That's why I always state that when you put the woman on a pedestal, when you idolize the woman, that leads to your destruction. When a man is on point and in his right frame of mind, he may come off weird to the average young female, or boring, quote unquote, to the average young female. But when they get older and they finally start to mature, they look back and they say, wow, that was the person that I should have chosen. That's who I should have been with. Not the dude going back and forth to jail. But that's all based on establishing the hierarchy of the woman as the head, because the woman is satiated by material items. You have many females running these households who don't mind that their sons are selling drugs because he's bringing money into the establishment. That's why, once again, I keep revisiting this so-called black man. Do not impregnate random women. Make sure that you know who you're impregnating and why you're impregnating them. It's the bottom line. Because when you just skeet up in any little silly broad out here, that starts a ripple effect, that starts a domino effect that's going to affect your child, your grandchild, so on and so forth.
Riding some of these fancy cars. He is not doing these things alone and without support from us, whether they are good or bad. See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction.
I completely agree. Women, period, and the so-called black woman in particular, are very strong when they're in their right mind. The woman has a beauty and a strength that cannot be competed with, cannot be eclipsed, when they embrace what their strength is, when they embrace what their light is, and they stop worrying about the strength of the man. The strength of the man is to bring order and structure. The strength of the woman is to bring nurturing and to act as a helpmeet, a stay, a pillar for the man, someone that he can lean on in times of travail. For those of you brothers who've been caught up in a jam in your life, you know that your mother has always been the strongest person, because that's how they're programmed. The Most High programs the woman in that way when they're functional, to be extremely strong when you need them to be, when you go through moments of adversity or travail. That's the beauty and the strength of the woman. Unfortunately, both the woman and the man have been trained to compete against one another, and that takes away from the beauty that they have.
Using it to tear our man down, tear our nation down instead of building it up. Having an education and a job does not necessarily mean you have a successful life. I keep telling black women that to raise a child, they say, well, I provided with food, clothing, and shelter. That's not raising a child, that's maintaining one.
Well, hey, let me say this, sister. A lot of these modern day, quote unquote, liberated women, liberated black women, they view that raising a child is just based off of how big a check they're getting. That's why you have that scam known as child support. Once again, child support has really nullified the importance of fatherhood. Like when you hear these women say, this man has to, quote unquote, raise his child. What they're talking about is a check. And even if they're not just talking about a check, when they talk about a man, quote unquote, raising his child, they mean under their supervision. That's what they're talking about. You have to raise this child how I see fit, how I define manhood and fatherhood. Because the modern woman wants to redefine all these terms and make them in a way that's more appealing to her. That's truly what it's all about. But like the sister said, just because a woman has a degree and a job does not mean that she's happy. Anyone who has a conversation with most of these so-called empowered or liberated women knows the vast majority of them are depressed. The vast majority of these modern liberal females have frequented the psychiatrist's couch. They frequented the pharmacy to make sure that they get their fill of antidepressant medication. They're emptying wine bottles every night, things of that nature. They're very depressed because the super feminist mentality is purely hedonistic, is based purely in self-absorption and self-aggrandizement. And you can't get any fulfillment in life by totally embracing the mentality of self-aggrandizement. You just can't be about yourself. You have to have an understanding of others and how to love others and allow them to love you. So feminism has taken away that understanding. That's why so many of these women are so depressed today.
Raise a child, you need a parental coalition of a man and a woman. We have sons who are, by not having a father in the home, they don't know how to respect women. They take on the black feminine female emotionalism. They become bitchy. They're doubtful. They're indecisive. They can't make a decision. They don't know what to do about being a man because we can't.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's a major problem amongst many brothers today. They're males. They're not men. As I state, it's like females trapped in a man's body. They want to go back and forth and get emotional all day, especially if you criticize one of their favorite athletes. Why is that? Because due to the fact that they're trained to think like women, they don't have the ability to evaluate facts. They don't have the ability to view things in proper context. They just get emotional. And they try to utilize a tactic that many women utilize, which is basically to try to hear what you're going to say to see if they can try to use it against you in a very low-level way. And it only makes them look dumber and dumber, as opposed to being able to construct a real argument, a real sentiment based upon empirical data and facts. A lot of cats out here can't do it. I mean, when you look at many of these Luciferian blacks, like you have a lot of atheist blacks. I'll probably be doing a video about them very soon. Somewhere down the line, I'm definitely going to touch on them, maybe even a series. Most of them have been traumatized by something in their life and they're angry at God. There are very few people who seriously don't believe in a higher power. They're just angry at the Most High for some reason. They're upset because he has not allowed them to know him or see him. They're upset because he's taken away one of their loved ones from when they were a child. Or they're upset because they never had a certain loved one from childhood. They never had a dad or a mom. So they're mad at the Most High. So they claim to embrace atheism. But like I said, that's another video for another day. Point being is this is very important for the so-called black man to be a prominent person in the household, not in the child's life, in the household. Because you're creating a paradigm for manhood for the child. And that's why, once again, we go right back to the same theme, having an understanding of who you're impregnating.
Teach them that. We don't have that knowledge. We have daughters who grew up in a home where they don't see any affection, where there's no man there. They go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have no idea how to be no woman to no man, how to function in a house with a man, because they haven't seen it. Most of our children, just like us, get all the information we have about how you be with a mate off television. It's the only me.
Ding, 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 ding. That's why I use TV shows as a backdrop. Hey, what's coming back on the air? The #1 satire of the modern liberal black woman, that being that show Insecure. That's why I like to use it as a backdrop. Because that person, Issa Rae, who's most likely a pansexual, Luciferian, and also into Wicca herself, most likely, I think it's going to be brought more and more to the forefront as she's raised in prominence. I have little doubt about that, but I'll be touching on her in another video. She had that show crafted in a way to appeal to modern liberal black females. Why is that? Because her character is extremely dysfunctional. Extremely dysfunctional. And at certain points in the show confesses it. In her mirror confessions, what they call breaking the fourth wall, I believe they call it, where they speak directly to the audience. And there was a segment on that show Insecure, I believe in the first episode of season 2, where she spits a little freestyle and she states, "I'm dead inside." Right? She was depressed. She was dead inside, trying to replace her former flame. And many of these females are still dealing with the after effects of ending the wrong relationship or ending the right relationship in the wrong way, when they should have humbled themselves and stuck it out. And they're learning about how to deal with people and how to engage in relationships through the TV. So this show, Insecure, is really just meant to be a black version of one of the seminal slut programming shows of the last 25 years, that being the show Sex and the City, which was used to try to glorify scandalous behavior amongst women starting in the late 90s. And it's definitely had a deleterious effect on the mindset of all of these women since then. Because the ability of a woman to be a wife in this society decreases every generation, especially since that show. And they've tried to have copycat versions of that show since then. Remember, the original black version of Sex and the City was that show starring Diana Ross's daughter, Tracee Ellis Ross, Girlfriends. Remember that show? And they had the one black guy on the show who was kind of sexually nebulous. You didn't know what the hell he was. Is he just a feminine acting dude? Is he a homosexual? You didn't know what the hell was going on with him. But a lot of that stuff started in the late 90s. And has a trickle-down effect to today with this show Insecure. But yes, as the sister stated, most of these so-called black women are learning how to initiate relationships through TV and through their mothers and older female relatives who themselves are failures in maintaining relationships. So how is a person who's a failure in a certain dynamic going to teach you how to be a success unless they're magnanimous enough and enough of a three-dimensional thinker and caring enough to steer you down the opposite path that they took? And a lot of people are not willing to do that. For the most part, the only time that the woman is willing to steer a younger woman down the opposite path that they took is if their relationship ended poorly. And they don't want the woman to fall prey to falling for, quote unquote, falling for what their current man is doing. So they'll try to influence the woman to leave the man. Very rarely will a woman end a relationship with a man, know it was her fault, and then tell a younger woman, don't do what I did. That's a good man. Make sure you work it out. They very rarely will do that. Normally it's their relationship went sour. They see a younger woman going through the same thing and they'll say, girl, don't be like B. You better leave him. Because he ain't right, girl. Remember, misery loves company. That's another reason why we have to have a so-called black man presiding over the home so that he can set a good example for his daughter.
It shows us anybody being together. Those rules have not worked for us. The white woman's liberation movement, we don't have anything to do with that. We have not been under the control of the black man for over 500 years. So what do we have to get liberated from them from?
Thank you, ma'am. The so-called black woman has tried to convince herself that the so-called black man has been trying to oppress her. So-called black man has not had the power to oppress the so-called black woman for many years. I won't say 500 years, but I would say at least for the last 50 to 55 years. He hasn't had the power to do that. So when these women start ranting and raving about oppression, they're talking about their God, the so-called white man. I did a video a long time ago about the gender wage gap. And in the video, I was able to prove, and it's very easy to prove, that when these women talk about the gender wage gap, they're not talking about all men. They're talking about white men. I promise you, the average so-called black man gets paid less than the average so-called black woman to do the same job. And there are fields all throughout corporate America that are held just for so-called black women and women of other races as well. But jobs like office assistant and executive assistant and secretary and all that other stuff, those are given to women. A lot of so-called black women are allowed to get those jobs. They just get coffee and talk shit all day and get paid $55,000, $60,000 a year. And the so-called black man, they would not allow some big 6'2", 215-pound Negro named Raheem to be there getting coffee, because they'd be scared that he'd be popping all the women. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, once again, the quote-unquote unfair practices in the workplace, it's really just a program to try to get women of all races to aspire to be quote-unquote equal to the white man, which really comes down to trying to promote all women to aspire to be the mate of the so-called white man.
They haven't been eyeballs. That's the white woman and her man. They're going through that, and that's their business. We don't have any business being in there. They only introduced it to break down the civil rights movement. Civil rights movement started with the black man, the black woman, and the black child standing together, trying to plead for freedom, justice, and equality, and more benefits in the country that they...
Well, that's how the civil rights movement was marketed. The civil rights movement was really meant to be an avenue to promote socialism in America. That's really what it was utilized for. And they transitioned the civil rights movement over to the feminist movement, and then the feminist movement over to the homosexual movement. That was the order.
Had their bill. They threw the white woman in there with the women's liberation movement and made it a woman against man thing. That created a big separation between black men and black women, because then everybody started going for self.
That was the program the whole time, sis. That's what it was designed to do. The civil rights movement was never, ever meant to be something to just be contained in regards to the framework of quote unquote empowering so-called black people. That was just meant to be an initial offense against the status quo of America. First, we want to break down the racial lines. Then we want to break down the gender lines. Then we want to break down the sexual orientation lines. And before we know it, we followed that white rabbit all the way down the hole to Shangri-La. We're where we want to be. All we have to do is follow Pan through the labyrinth. We get to the center. And now we're finally illuminated. That's all it's ever been about. All throughout the 1900s. It was them trying to break down any form of separation between peoples and mix them, because they're trying to reinvigorate the spirit of the Tower of Babel.
Then they bring the welfare system in and tell us in order to feed and clothe and house our children, we have to give up our man. You have to put the man out of the house. When the white farm wife goes to the government for subsidy for the farm, they don't tell her to get rid of the farmer. They keep that family together. But in the black community, they make it a requirement, because they want to keep endorsing into the black community that the black man is no good, and that he is not deserving of respect. He is not deserving of us letting him give us any protection or instruction, and that we are better than them. The major responsibility.
I'm glad that she ended her statement with that, because once again, brothers, I cannot stress this enough. The liberal black woman tries to use the racialist angle to get attention away from you, because they know that most of these racial stories are centered around so-called black men. So the reason why they want to lead these protests is so that they can get attention for themselves, and so that they can claim that they're so-called pro-blackity black. And that's all it's really about. When you see these women leading these Black Lives Matter rallies and so on and so forth, I say this all the time. Go on the Black Lives Matter website. They tell you what they're about. They could care less about so-called black men. They want to destroy the quote-unquote patriarchy. They want to make sure that they take you out of power, whatever little power you have left.
That the black woman has had on the earth for the trillions of years that we have been here has been one of nutrition and birthing children. Those two things have a great deal to do with the survival of any people, the reproduction of the nation, and feeding them the proper food so that they can live. Those are very important jobs. Those are very powerful positions, because it puts us in a position.
Thank you, ma'am. I say this all the time. The most powerful aspect, the most powerful vocation of not just the so-called black woman, but the woman, period, is as wife and mother. That's why so many of these black men are bugged out their mind and depressed, because they feel like they can't trust a woman. They can't trust her to do what she's been put on the earth to do. And also the so-called black man feel like he can't do what he's been put on the earth to do. So he's so busy trying to make sure he can engraft himself into the corporate America workforce. He's busy trying to force himself into that corporate America workforce. And it's not really working. But he's been taught by his mother from his childhood that life is all about getting a good job, good job, good job. It's not about having a career or starting your own business. And then you have the fear-mongering programming. Oh, you got to be scared of the cops. You got to be scared of this. You got to be scared of that. And you have to idolize the woman. These are all various levels of programming that the so-called black man is going to have to be able to overcome.
To decide who's going to live or die, and how slow they're going to die by what we feed them. We have very powerful position. That's not a small role that we play. We have just been taught to misrepresent and misuse that power.
And beyond that, the so-called black women, and all women, have been trained to believe that their strength as women, there's nothing glorious about it. That you should lust after the power of the man, the glory of the man, the preeminence of the man. And when you decide that you're not going to respect the chain of command, the whole house is going to come tumbling down. It's like if you take out one brick, you pull one brick out of that house, it's going to affect the structure of the entire home.
The people who we have been counting on to give us the truth about how to get along have failed. The white people don't know how to get along. They don't have that information themselves. They don't get along with nobody on earth. So they didn't have no information to impart to us about how we're supposed to get along. They change their relationship rules at will.
Let me say this very quickly. Every culture has their own version of history. Every culture. The only culture that's not allowed to have their own version of history, their own understanding of history, is the so-called black man here in America. And really the people of color in the Western Hemisphere. They're not allowed to tell their own story. And that's very powerful when you have another race of people telling you your story. That means that they will always have power over you. As the sister stated, the Caucasian is trying to inform so-called black people on how to be at peace with one another. And they're not supposed to have the power to do that. And the reason why they have the power to do that is not only because of the television and the radio, but also because we're so receptive to what they think and what they have to say. We're very receptive to them. We empower them by extolling their school system and talking about the benefits of a quote-unquote good education. You're not being educated there. You're being indoctrinated. So once again, I'm not against going to school or going to college. As a matter of fact, it's a great thing as long as it's affordable. As long as it's affordable. But when you're there to learn what you need to learn and get the hell up out of there. That's it. You're not there to fall knee deep or waist deep into the culture of college or university, which is really just the veneration of Bacchus and Pan and the mother goddess. You get what you need to get from there, you learn what you need to learn, and you move on and hopefully start a career and start your own business. That's where the so-called black man's mind should be at.
We have, tons of black children around this country that I hear from who have grown up traumatized by the fact that they were referred to as the outside child. When we were having children like that, they called it illegitimate children until the white woman started having them, and now it's single parenting. See, they changed the rules according to what they're doing. So I've called on our people to change them depending on what we want to do, what our needs are. There's another need that has not been addressed in our community, because nobody will deal with it, and that's one that God did not create three sexes. We only have men and women. Now,
let me say this really quick. It's very obvious and very easy to tell why so many of her lectures were considered controversial. Because she was touching on issues, and really she was touching on issues that black men had been touching on for a long period of time before her. But by the 80s, the so-called black man was not as respected as the so-called black woman was in regards to her having something to say and it being viewed in a serious way. It's just that there were not that many so-called black women who were willing to get behind the microphone and say something. The mainstream / liberal Caucasians have been trying to prep the so-called black woman to do so, but there were very few who were willing to do so. But during that time period, you had the Al Sharptons, the Jesse Jacksons, the Khalid Muhammads, the Farrakhans, who during that time people were getting tired of. They were getting tired of the image of the quote-unquote angry black man. So this woman right here was quite a spectacle, not only because of her great oratorical skills, but the fact that she was a woman who was speaking, and she was speaking on behalf of men, which is very powerful. Very powerful for a woman to be willing to do that. There are very few females today who are sincerely willing to do that. And I can say that this female here certainly is far more sincere than any of these females today, because most of these women today are nothing but Luciferians. This woman here, of course, she deals with her own demons. The woman is always going to have demons that she's dealing with. I know that a lot of people are going to be upset by that statement, but she herself admits it, that she has demons that she still has to deal with. And she accepts that. And that's what gives her the ability to speak on a myriad of topics with that level of proficiency and expertise, because she's willing to admit that she has demons that she has to deal with because of her programming. So many women today are unwilling to admit or acknowledge that the things that they were taught were wrong, which is why there's such a detachment between so many women today and men, because they know that feminism and these other ideologies, these other ideas are tearing them apart inside. But that pride, man, that's why the Bible tells you that pride goes before destruction. I believe it's Proverbs 16:18. That's why it tells you that, because that pride is what's going to destroy most of these liberal females and liberal men also, by the way, because you're following behind them. You're following behind them, and you're going to receive the same judgment as them.
I said that we should reject the sisters who try and act like men and the men who try and act like women. I'm not saying to reject them from among us, but they need to be taught. We don't have to accept that as some kind of normalcy, because that's not normal.
I agree. It certainly is not normal by the strictest sense of the term, and also by any elongated sense of that term normal. It's not. It never will be. But this society is trying to normalize it. Why is that? Because it's meant to be in veneration of their gods Pan and Bacchus. Pan was a pederast who was always depicted with an erect phallus and engaging in intercourse with young boys. And Bacchus was shown as a cross-dresser. And Bacchus was always depicted as a drunken cross-dresser, an entity that had both male and female genitalia. So that's the point of them trying to bring together male and female, heterosexual and quote-unquote homosexual. To them, the perfect being is sexless and defies any form of sexual orientation or gender categorization. Why do you think they're promoting people like Lena Waithe and Janelle Monáe? That's why they're pushing those broads so hard, man. Because they know that behind the scenes, both of them venerate Pan, aka the Baphomet.
But because now the white people are practicing that, you know, when we were doing it, we were punks and faggots. Now that they doing it, now it's an alternative lifestyle. I'm trying to demonstrate how they have set rules that they have forced us to follow that they don't even follow themselves. They change the rules to suit them when they get ready. We can change them to suit us when we get ready, especially
I agree.
if we have what we have now, which is a failing system. It hasn't worked for us. We don't have to be ashamed that it hasn't worked for us.
Well, that's basically it on the sister statements. And that's basically it on volume 2 of Black Woman Explains Liberal Black Women. So peace. Alright, man, peace. So now this is going to be the return of the series responding to your comments. I've not done an entry on this series in a long time, and I'm going to start to bring it back, especially as I start to speak on more diversified topics. I just have not had the time to cover a lot of these issues, but that's going to come. But I'm going to start with this video here, which is with the Sister Shahrazad Ali. As I state whenever I do an entry in this series pertaining to the Black woman explaining liberal black women, the reason why I like to use many of her speeches as a backdrop is because she acts as an informant over her own demographic. I like to use so-called black females like her who address the truth about the so-called liberal black woman, because it takes away a lot of that gender war nonsense, a lot of that energy that galvanizes the so-called black man versus black woman war or pseudo war. That's really a byproduct of feminism. Once again, this quote-unquote pseudo war between the so-called black man and the so-called black woman is really a byproduct of feminism, the so-called feminist movement. And fortunately for this sister, she was astute enough to address it. And as I've stated in the past, I'm sure that she has a brain trust of so-called black men who assist her in being able to understand a lot of the things that's going on. And I'm not trying to take credit from her at all. In the same way that when a man humbles himself to the Most High opens up his wisdom. In the same manner, a woman, when she's receptive to and honors the masculine principle, and the Most High rewards her with a wise man, that amplifies her own wisdom, and that gives her the ability to speak on certain issues pertinent to her. So that is why I believe that this lady right here is so effective as a speaker pertaining to the issues surrounding the liberal black woman. Because as I tell you, brothers, incessantly, the liberal black woman is not your friend, man. 95 to 98% of these black women are liberal. And the liberal black woman is not your friend. They've been poisoned by many of these toxic ideologies. And the only way that they're going to be able to get help is when the so-called black man solidifies his understanding of who he is, so that we can bring forth a unified front towards the so-called black woman. Right now, the so-called black woman, the liberal black woman, let me specify, is able to muddy the waters. She's able to create chaos in this environment because she knows that the so-called black man is not on one accord. Since, for the most part, our so-called community has no uniform code of conduct or culture. The super liberal, the super liberal Marxist black woman knows that for the most part, if the so-called black man that she's with is not going to tolerate her dumb shit, she can go to somebody else. And the vast majority of these so-called black men are simps. There's no doubt about that. Many of these so-called black men are simps, the vast majority. And it's a damn shame. But a lot of them are starting to wake up. So now let's see what some of these comments state. This brother here, General Tito, says, COJ, let's not forget that in the 1980s that she had to have a full detail of Fruit of Islam security due to death threats from black women. I'm sure that she did. I'm sure that she did. And let me add on, I'm sure that she was receiving death threats from liberal black men also. A lot of these simps, they get very, very upset whenever you address the so-called black woman. That's why that matriarchal paradigm that's set up in the so-called black community is so insidious, man. It has to be destroyed. If the so-called black man does not use better scrutiny in establishing his own quote-unquote nuclear family, you're contributing to the problem, because now that we know that the so-called black woman is dealing with many of these toxic ideologies, we'd be a fool to keep doing the same things over and over and over again. So we have to recalibrate our conduct and adjust this environment. We can't leave it up to the so-called black woman. The woman in general is going to conform to her surroundings. That's part of their survivalist DNA. The woman is a survivalist. She's going to survive. If you place a woman in an environment that is alien to her, the first thing that she's going to do is search out who has the most power and supplicate herself to him. I promise you that. I don't care what race the woman is. And I don't care what race the man in power is. That is the first thing that she is going to do, because they are survivalists by nature. So this brother, Theory J, says, unfortunately, women like this queen no longer exist. Well, no, there's still sisters out there like that. There's decent women out there like that. Not quite on her level, but they're out there. You know, like I said before, the same way that you have a Bigfoot somewhere out there, a chupacabra somewhere out there. You just need a pair of binoculars. You know, that's all. And a drone, maybe a satellite. You find one. Let me check out some of these replies. Said, no, they do. They're just scarce. Yep, I agree. They're just scarce. This brother Dark Void said, I hope they stop being that way and stop letting white feminists, aka white supremacy, manipulative and control their life and rise up. Well, brother, that's not going to happen. That's part of the problem. The so-called black man keeps waiting for the so-called black woman to change. It's not their job to change. It's our job to change. We have to change, and we have to engineer our environment and engineer them. Once they understand that there's certain shit that we're not going to tolerate, that we're not going to take, they're going to be forced to change. Okay? In the prison system, when the prisoners want to get something changed, what do? They'll resort to hunger strikes and things of that nature so that they can call attention to what they want to have done. The so-called black man, you're going to have to show great discretion, great discipline. You might have to turn down certain women who try to hit on you. But I don't think that brothers are on that level, man. I don't think brothers are on that level to marginalize the so-called black woman in that way. Because so many black men have been trained to worship and venerate the so-called black woman. That's part of the problem. That matriarchal paradigm is a major, major problem. And the so-called black man is going to have to find a way around that to stop subjecting himself to that paradigm, to that energy. It's up to you. It's not up to them. This brother Ness said, I know, bro, but as Judah said, and I agree, the so-called black woman don't even want to look up to the so-called black man anymore. Well, you know what, brother? You have to give them something to look up to. The so-called black man has to give the so-called black woman something to look up to. That's not to say that they will anyway. You could be an upstanding man. And the way that many of these so-called black women, and women in general, because the liberal aspect of this society is pervasive in every race of woman, the westernized woman in general. But with the so-called black woman, it's exacerbated because of the fact that we have no culture. And it's up to the so-called black man to reinstall and reinstill that. And it's really not that difficult once you understand what's going on. It's really not. I say this all the time. Life is not easy, but it's pretty simple. The difficult part is understanding how to accomplish the simplicity. That's the difficult part. He says, some is on us, but still they don't even look towards black males for leadership, only for Rod. Well, you know what? It's because that's what you allow. That's why I stated earlier. Some of you brothers may have to consider telling the black woman no. Maybe you have to tell them no. The reason why they don't look to many so-called black men for leadership, only for Rod, let's be for real. A lot of brothers, that's all they advertise. Many so-called black men love talking about how well they could put it on a chick. But they don't have any real end game to where our people need to go. Let me say this also. A lot of you so-called black men who are woke, so-called pro-black, you love to follow behind these so-called black women and these protests that they're leading. The so-called liberal black woman is leading most of these protests and you follow behind her. That's a very poor example that you're setting for your son. You're telling your son that you're going to be following a woman for your entire life. First, you're going to follow after your mother, then you're going to follow after your wife. That's a sign of weakness. The so-called black woman has to grasp and understand that when she searches out for attention, when she tries to lead these protests, when she looks behind her, there should not be any black men there. The black man has to say, look, yes, we need to do this, we need to do that, but we need an end game, and you have to follow behind me. That's the bottom line of it. You're not going to lead any revolution because, let me tell you this, if you allow the so-called black woman to lead these protests and these movements, that's going to trickle over into the household. How are you going to tell her it's okay for you to lead a movement, but it's not okay for you to be in charge of the household? Of course, she's going to carry that mentality into the household. So once again, so-called black man, you have to get your head out of the black woman's ass, man. It's very important. You have to let go of that simp shit. A lot of you guys are simps. Let's see here. Zoostar Dreams Experience Mindful stated, let's put it out there that me and you wish that there are many for me and you, maybe just not in the USA. Well, to be honest with you, to be very honest with you, that is an alternative for many so-called black men. There are many beautiful women of color from outside of this Western civilization paradigm that we live in. But even they are starting to become adulterated. A lot of brothers look to women of color from West Africa or parts of the Caribbean or South America, but a lot of those women are also becoming opportunists. They're becoming more and more liberal as we speak. It's a contagion that is spreading all across the world. So, once again, like Arnold Schwarzenegger said in Predator, if we don't make a stand now, there'll be no one left to get to the chopper. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I just watched Predator last week. That line is still stuck in my head. That's one of my favorite action movies as a child. Anyway, point being is this. So-called black man, you have to make a stand, man. You can't just sit back and hope the black woman is going to change. Why should she change for you? She's above you in this society. That's a fact. In this society, the so-called black woman is above you in general. In general. Now, we know that overall, the so-called black man has a higher ceiling than the so-called black woman in this society. But he also has a lower floor. The so-called white man, he's much more likely to look out for the so-called black woman than he is for you. That's just the bottom line of it. Why is that? Because the woman is not a threat. No woman is a threat to a kingdom or to an empire. This brother Young Dens, he said something very intelligent. He said, well, raise your daughter up that way then. That's why I state, once again, so-called black man, it starts with you. Are you one of these guys at home putting a basketball in your daughter's hand? Or are you trying to stress to her how important it is going to be for her to be a wife and a mother? If she wants to work, she could work. But once again, the most important thing that the woman will ever do in this life is be a wife and a mother. And I'm sure that many liberal females who might be listening to this video will disagree. Oh, well. My channel is a pro-truth channel geared towards the so-called black man. Get over it. Let's see here. This person, Lafa Turtles, talking to somebody named Shakalanka. You're what she spoke of in the video. Just another bitter, confrontational deflector. Once again, brother, stop going back and forth with any of these liberal females on the channel. I told you already. I take out the trash. If I see people on my channel in the comments trying to go back and forth in fruitless banter, what I call the circular race talk or the gender war, let me take care of it. Don't waste your time. A lot of you so-called black men have been trained to go back and forth with people all day like women in fruitless conversations that lead nowhere. It's good to have debates as long as people have facts on their side. But a lot of you guys have been trained to go back and forth in empty banter. That's only meant to raise your ire. It's not worth it. This brother here, Trey Lawrence, said a good black woman is hard to find. That's an understatement. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? Oh, boy. So Giovanni Alexander got mad. He said, please stop. Black women say the same thing about black men. If you're looking for a woman in the club, bar, or online, then you get what you ask. Sir, I agree with you. I agree with you. The problem is that there are no real conventions set up in the so-called black community for young men and young women to meet and actually have something in common that is of depth. Because once again, our people don't have a strong culture. So they normally meet at parties and at the club, things of that nature. I'm sure that people will say, well, what about church? Well, church is one of the places that instills the mindset of venerating the woman. And I'm going to be addressing that sentiment when I start to revisit the Black Church Problem series. I do have to get back to that. But the church has always been set up, or at least in the last 60 years or so, to promote the woman over the man. Particularly in the last 40 years, as the black feminist movement has given the woman so much more clout in the household through the job system. Remember, the church is a business, so they have to cater to whoever's paying more tithe money. Okay? And it's not even just in the church system. Many of these other religious groups and so-called Bible groups, they also cater to the woman because the woman is providing more tithe money. But I agree with what the brother Giovanni Alexander stated. You have to consider where you meet the woman. If you meet her at the club, it most likely means that she's loose. That's what it most likely means. So you're going to have to consider whether you're going to treat her as a concubine or a concubine. Because it's going to be very, very hard to believe for me that you're going to meet a wife material woman in the club. But then again, hey, you never know. Let's see here. Trey Lawrence responded back, look, women should already know their place, but the way this society is, they'll never understand that. If you're expecting me to adjust my stance, that's not happening. I agree with you, bro. Once again, it's up to the so-called black man to raise his daughter with an understanding of the importance of her role as a wife and a mother. That's your job. If you have a daughter, it's your job to do that. Noir Black said you can meet a woman at work, school, or anywhere else. That's not a bar or club. In this society, they've been told all their lives that they're not supposed to bow down to any man. They're taught that they're supposed to argue with men. I agree. He's saying it's extremely hard to find a woman who doesn't have that mentality. Yes, because that's the culture of America. The culture of America is woman worship, the veneration of the mother goddess, and Thelima, meaning do what thou wilt. As I touched on in one of these Nike Kaepernick videos, that term or that slogan that Nike has, just do it, all that is a reinterpretation of the Aleister Crowley slogan, do what thou wilt. That's all it is, because the founder of Nike, Phil Knight, is a Saturnian, as are all the top athletes at Nike. Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Serena Williams, Tiger Woods, all of them venerate Saturn, every last one of them. And just about all of them are monarch athletes. Let's see here. P. Word said she read her book years ago and she is a very wise woman. Lou Ptolomeo said, I'm white. I know you don't speak. I know you don't speak to me, but man, you're so on. You need to be on TV. Actually, no, I don't. I'm good. I'm good where I'm at. The voice, the stop, pause. The voice, the style, I love it all. If you had merchandise, I would buy it. I gotta pause you on that previous sentence. Brothers always ask me about selling t-shirts or something. Let me check some of these responses. TJ Scott said, I don't know what he looks like, but I know he has a voice for radio. I listen to this channel all day. He talks about the same things that my dad teaches me. That's good. That's good. That means you have a leg up on a lot of the things that's going on out here. That's why, once again, so-called black man, you must protect your seed, man. Your seed is the most important thing that you create. I'm not even talking about your children. I'm talking about your sperm. Even before it gets delivered, it's the most important thing that you have, man. All right? The so-called black man's sperm is worth its weight in gold. People might laugh or snicker at that. But the so-called black man is a multi-billion dollar, borderline trillion dollar industry. The so-called black man is just him. When you consider sports and entertainment, also the prison industrial complex, and his contributions to the armed forces, the so-called black man is irreplaceable. That's why they analogize the so-called black man as a chimp, a gorilla, a bonobo, and an orangutan in the classic Planet of the Apes series. I'm talking about the most recent one, the trilogy, where when you watch it, it's very obvious that not only are they telling you that the so-called black man is who they're talking about when they speak about the apes, but also that we're the people of the book. All you have to do is watch the film, this last trilogy, and they're letting you know the character of Caesar is a metaphor for Moses. And in the first film, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, he even plays a Moses-Christ hybrid figure. But I'll be going through those movies very in-depth in the future. I've been talking about that for a while. I just need time to handle that. But it's very transparent what those films are actually about. Lord Destro says they wouldn't allow Chronicles of Judah to be on television. I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. They'd try to swing on me probably. if I sat down with on the panel with Stephen A. Smith and Molly and Max. Because see, Stephen A. Smith, he understands a lot of the same things that I understand about Max Kellerman. But he can't say it on TV. Once again, Stephen A. Smith is a Boule Negro. Boule Negroes understand that they are directly in interaction with the super liberal Caucasian Jew. The Boule Negro receives his orders directly from the super liberal Caucasian Jew factions, the Marxists. So Stephen A. Smith already understands the order. He's above Max Kellerman on the show, but in the overall societal hierarchy, Max Kellerman is above him. And Stephen A. Smith knows that. So there's certain things that he cannot say on that show. Stephen A. Smith is above Molly Karen, but if he were to say something that could be deemed quote-unquote misogynist, she certainly could get him suspended, if not fired. He's the #1 sports personality on ESPN, and just about any female on that network could get him fired if what he said was deemed to be quote-unquote insensitive enough. Let's see, if Faith Forever said, when people get on television, they have to usually compromise their beliefs. Television isn't ready for this realness. Television is not based on the truth. Television is based on propagating propaganda. That's why it's called programming. Okay? You watch a program. It's meant to teach you how to think. The design of the computer is based off of the design of the human brain. In the same way that a computer can hold an unbelievable amount of files, it pales in comparison to the human brain. Everything that we experience from the time that we have any form of consciousness is stored away in the human brain, all the way from just about from inception all the way to death, or at least until the formulation of the brain in the womb, all the way to our death is stored in our brain. That's why we go through that instance where upon death they say that your life flashed before your eyes, because that's your brain providing a snapshot of everything that you've experienced in your entire life, because it stores everything away. The brain is truly a wonder. There's no way that the brain was created by happenstance. There has to have been a grand architect, a grand creator, a grand engineer. So when you get a lot of these so-called black atheists who talk about how could you believe in a God, how could you not believe in a God? But I'll be covering that sentiment in another video. It's just foolishness. Let's see here. It says, born in the 804 says, white liberal women are out of control too, but you're spot on. Oh, they're absolutely out of control. All women are out of control in this society. But it's up to the men to put them back in control. See, what they've done is they've demonized a lot of the men in the Middle East for the Sharia law. They say, look at how they disrespect their women. They say, oh man, they stone their women. They behead their women for doing certain things like adultery, things of that nature. Well, compare however many women get killed over in the Middle East for infracting upon the Sharia law. Compare that to the amount of women in the Western civilization that get killed because they have no regard for who and what they are, and they throw themselves into dangerous situations because we live in a relatively lawless society in regards to how the woman is moderated. And certain people might not like that or understand that, but the woman has to be moderated. It's just a fact. Just like you moderate a child, you have to moderate the woman. If you don't, all hell gonna break loose, man. And that's what we see here in this society. That's why people are all strung out on antidepressants. Like 70% of these people are strung out on antidepressants, especially the adults. Okay? Like they talk about the Caucasian being strung out on crystal meth and a lot of these antidepressants and opioids and what have you. A lot of these liberal black women are on antidepressants also. Okay? Remember one of my brothers, he told me he was chilling in the whip and some fine broad walked by and he tried to holler at the broad and she was getting upset with him. And I told him, I said, the reason why she was getting upset with you is because she probably was on her way to the pharmacy to pick up her antidepressants and just making her late, man. A lot of these broads, they go home, they drink a glass of wine, they pop a couple of Prozac or whatever the hell they popping. They grab the vibrator, knock themselves out. Straight up, man. Let's see here. His brother said, no one is so-called white, you're an Edomite. Let's see. Family's not racist or racially biased. He's critical of everybody. Nobody's immune. He goes hard on so-called black men, women, white men, whatever. This is a pro-truth channel. Okay? This is a pro-truth channel. This is not a pro-black channel. Certain people might get upset when I say that. Why do I say that? Do I believe that the so-called black man should not treat his own with preference? Of course you should. My issue with the so-called pro-blacks is that they're all talk. They're all fluff. They have no end game. Most of them are idiots. They're not built to lead whatever they claim to be leading. And they want to avoid building the foundation because it's more glorious to build the roof. Of course, you want to get on TV and you want to march and chant and get attention for yourself. But if you really were concerned about starting anything of substance, the first thing that we have to do is instruct the young men. But because generation upon generation of so-called black people have been trained to worship and venerate the woman, including the woman being trained to venerate herself and falling prey to this quote-unquote strong black woman archetype. This is what is stopping our people from restoring what's relevant and what's important. That's why I tell you, brothers, you have to look upward to the Most High. You can't be concerned about what's going on in this fleshly world. All right, when you have your mind on the right things, things will be far better for you. And you'll be able to maintain proper perspective on life. A lot of you brothers fall in love with the woman because you treat her as a god. Shit don't work out and then you spaz out. And you lose your job. You think about killing the woman, killing yourself, killing your child if you had a child with her. All this craziness, man. And it's because you did not have the right perspective in the first place. The Green Love said we are one people under God, our creator. That's a personal philosophy. Let's see here. TV is a dying paradigm of throw it at the wall and see if it sticks for 15 minutes. Driven by cash, those ad checks. No, not quite. TV is actually a mechanism for spell casting, sir. That's what TV is. TV is a method for spell casting. That's why all the networks utilize Luciferian symbology. CBS has the eye of Heru or the eye of Ra. NBC has the peacock. Many of you might not know the peacock is one of the symbols of the mother goddess Hera. Okay? So on and so forth. All of these networks utilize Luciferian symbology to show you what they're actually about. You also have Columbia, the mother goddess, for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia is the name for the mother goddess. That's why she holds the divine light, the torch in her hand. That's what the Statue of Liberty represents, the mother goddess. Okay? One of the names, one of the manifestations for the mother goddess was Hecate, spelled H as in Harry, E, C as in Charles, A, T as in Thomas, E. Google Hecate, you'll see that is the Statue of Liberty. That's what they do. They hide it in plain sight right in front of you, the goddess of witchcrafts. America was created based on witchcraft. What you call masonry is just Luciferianism. That's all it is. They're just black magicians. That's why they always wear black. Okay? Their main god is Pan, the so-called goat god, meaning the hidden one. Like for you brothers that read the scriptures, when you read Isaiah, I believe the 13th chapter, also the 34th chapter, it mentions the satyrs or the satyrs, spelled S as in Sam, A-T-Y-R. Why is the image of the half man, half goat always associated with the devil? That's symbolic. It's representative of Pan. It's representative of the divine architect of the apostasy, aka Cush. When Yahushua speaks of having the lambs or the sheep on his right-hand side and the goat on his left-hand side, that's symbolic of that dichotomy on a multitude of levels. Remember, we have the scapegoat, The scapegoat carries the sins of the people. So the goat has always been symbolic with sin. And then, of course, when we read Daniel, the 8th chapter, the rise of the Caucasian started with who? With Alexander the Macedonian, who symbolized as what? A goat. Right? So that term Seder or Satyr, it just means hidden one. That's where we get the term Saturday from. On Saturday, we have what's called the quote-unquote Black Sabbath, which is in reference to what? The planet Saturn. Right? What's the constellation that's associated with Saturn? Capricorn, right? Which is what? Half goat, half fish. In reference to Oannes, or as he's known in the scriptures as Dagon, the fish god. Why is that? Because in the story of Asar, he was thrown into the waters and he emerged half fish. You also have the half fish god in the Hindu religion known as Vishnu, who's a representation of Noah. Right? The name Vishnu literally means the man of rest. Right? The name Noah means rest. The name Vishnu, I believe in the ancient Sanskrit, they add a V onto the start of many of the words that come from the original language. So it's actually Ishnu or Ishna. Of course, in Hebrew, the word Ish is man. Right? Na or Noach in the Hebrew is what? It means rest. Look up the god Vishnu. Shows you half man, half fish. And he normally has the hexagram on his forehead. As I tell you, brothers, these ancient gods of these pagan religions, quote unquote, they're oftentimes just amalgamations of the great men that lived right before or right after the flood. That's how you get an understanding of what means what and who is who. But I'll be touching on that in All right, man, peace. Brothers, originally I was going to make this video a part of the Black Man Protect Your Seed series, but I decided to make it a part of the Gender War series, and of course it's going to star Miss Gayle King, and her adversary is going to be Mr. Jasper Williams, the reverend who was asked to handle the sermon in the aftermath of Aretha Franklin's death. Of course, he provided the sermon during her wake, and he touched on a lot of points that were crucial and that are pervading the so-called black community. In the process of him putting forth many of these sentiments, of course, they were a digression. He was meant to just heap a whole bunch of platitudes upon Aretha Franklin and lionize her and deify her because she is one of the mother goddess figures in this society, or at least she was, especially starting from the 1960s. But he went on an aside and started to touch on a lot of issues in the so-called black community that he felt like should have been spoken on. And I'm going to handle many of his statements in another video, but in regards to this video, I want you brothers to pay very close attention to how upset not only Gayle King became because of his assertions, but also Norah O'Donnell. As I tell you brothers all the time, behind the liberal black woman and liberal black man is a liberal white man and white woman. In this case, of course, Gayle King is a so-called black woman. So behind her will be Norah O'Donnell, cheering her on to try to get Jasper Williams back in line. Once again, so-called black man, the liberal black woman, I say this incessantly, she has three altars. She has the globalist altar, she has the racialist altar, and she has the feminist altar. Number one is the feminist altar. The liberal black woman will side with the liberal Caucasian woman before she sides with you. That's the bottom line of it. But let's see what occurs here. Of course, they're going to talk about it. I'm going to chime in.
Aretha Franklin's family says the controversial eulogy delivered at the Queen of Soul's funeral was offensive and distasteful. Reverend Jasper Williams Jr. took aim at the Black Lives Matter movement during last week's service.
AKA the Black Lesbians Matter movement, because that's really what it is. And I tell you brothers this all the time. You should go on their website, the Black Lives Matter website, and you can read point by point what their end game is, what they're concerned with. They're not concerned with you, so-called black man. You're only an aside. What they're truly concerned with is trying to make sure that they can fully institute all black pansexual female leadership in the so-called black community. That's what it's really about. That's why you have Janelle Monáe stepping out, and that's why you have her girlfriend Tessa Thompson stepping out. And a lot of these other females, of course, you see Rihanna and Nicki Minaj, who go out of their way to portray fluidity with their gender role, with their sexuality. That's why you see them trying to push and promote Lena Waithe. Of course, certain people say that she's actually a man who's a tranny or whatever. Doesn't matter. The point being is that they're trying to push the image of the pansexual black female as the leader in the so-called black community. That's what the Black Lives Matter movement is really about. They're not concerned with you, black men. They're not concerned with you at all. It's just they're going to use your death, oftentimes at the hands of police, to try to get attention for themselves, so that whenever you see any type of rabble-rousing or protesting on TV, you associate that with homosexual men, but most importantly, lesbian black women. So that is what I believe Jasper Williams saw. And look, all that being said, he's a top-level pastor. He's a Luciferian as well. But at least he addressed it.
Service, causing singer Stevie Wonder to shout out in protest. Williams also suggested that...
And Stevie Wonder is another big Saturnian. He even had a song called Saturn.
...that single black mothers could not properly raise their sons.
As proud, beautiful, and fine as our black women are, one thing a black woman cannot do. A black woman cannot raise a black boy to be a man.
One black man in the back clapped. You tell it, brother. Now, all these people in the audience, look how they had no reaction. But they'll be the same ones telling the so-called black man what his responsibilities are. They'll say, how come you black men don't raise your children? But when Jasper Williams says it, they respond with a lack of a response. So once again, so-called black men, you're the #1 troll target on the planet Earth. All people do is troll you, and they harass you with your quote-unquote shortcomings. And there's nothing that you can do to please them. So that means you know what the solution is. You don't live your life for anybody else. You live your life for the Most High and for yourself, and for the people that the Most High brings into your life for you to love. You don't live your life for society at large to impress them, because you are the #1 troll target, because they know who you are. As Draymond Green alluded to so well, they know that our people are something special, particularly you, so-called black men. But there's nothing that you can do to gain their favor, because for a so-called black man to stand there in the front, even if he's supposed to be eulogizing Aretha Franklin, all he did was step out in an aside to address an issue that is pervasive in the so-called black community, an issue that we know is real, and he was met with this level of antipathy, as quiet as it was. Nobody was there to support him. Of course, that's something that we have to resolve, and it's far more important than Aretha Franklin. No disrespect to the sister, but she's in the spirit world now. So what he said was right and exact. Let me rewind it back just a little.
What? Black Lives Matter movement during last week's service, causing singer Stevie Wonder to shout out in protest. Williams also suggested that
Stevie Wonder can go sit his ass down somewhere and wave his hair back and forth, whip that damn receding hairline braid having head of his back and forth, and talk shit. Forget him. Nothing against that brother. He's a musical genius, but he's a Saturnian as well. All right? He's a Saturnian.
that single black mothers could not properly raise their sons.
As proud, beautiful, and fine as our black women are, one thing a black woman cannot do. A black woman cannot raise a black boy to be a man.
I keep bugging out over that one black man in the back to start clapping. Thank you, Jasper. Thank you. Finally, somebody spoke the truth. And you see that cross that Jasper Williams has on, that has nothing to do with Christ, that has to do with Tammuz. Okay? All of the top pastors, they're all Luciferians. They're all quote-unquote Masons. And that's why you'll find that in the process of trying to ratchet up the civil rights movement, all the Marxists, they recruited the top black preachers located all over America, particularly down south, because they were the people who knew how to enrapture so-called blacks, and they were the leadership. So the entire leadership of the so-called black community have been worshipers of Tammuz. For those of you who don't know who Tammuz is the Semitic name for Heru or Horus. Right? That's what that T stands for. That's what the T is in reference to. Is in reference to Tammuz, the quote-unquote cross, or even the X, what they call the St. Andrew's cross, is the symbol for Asar or Osiris. Okay? Luciferianism is meant to mirror the right-hand path. The left-hand path always mirrors the right-hand path. But just to get back to the point, what Jasper Williams said was right and exact. And it's good that it came from him. But most importantly, what I wanted to hone in on, so-called black men, is that you cannot live your life wanting to convert people into liking you. Because once again, the so-called black man is the #1 troll target on the planet Earth. Not even a close second.
What? Yeah, I beg to differ on that one. Franklin's nephew.
Of course you beg to differ, Gayle King, because you're a super liberal, Luciferian black woman in America. So you're not allowed to give the so-called black man credit. And when I say those things, I'm not talking about all black women. I'm talking about the super liberal ones. What woman in her right mind will be so concerned about trying to prove that she could raise a young boy to be a man? Wouldn't you think that that's inordinate? For the single fathers out there, you don't think that they would prefer to have a woman who could instruct their daughter on how to be a woman, because there are just certain things as a man that you don't know. You can't understand or comprehend when your daughter starts to receive her menstrual cycle, or braiding her hair, things of that nature, that an older female figure is supposed to be able to impart upon her how to handle those issues and handle those things. When your daughter's body first starts to mature, what type of bra to buy and things of that nature. As a man, what man in his right mind would say, yeah, I could raise a girl into a woman just as good as a woman can? Why would you even think like that unless you had a mental illness? So once again, brothers, that's why I say you have to stop arguing with the woman all over the internet. Right? Like when I was a child and we would get on the train, you know, my father, my mother, they would always tell me, when you see a person who's not mentally stable talking to themselves and acting crazy, you don't give them attention. You don't talk to them. You don't argue with them. A lot of you guys go back and forth with the woman in these comment boards on that gender war shit. And a woman who's that concerned about trying to prove that she could raise a man by herself, that's somebody who's not mentally stable. Psychologically, they're not right. And it's only going to affect their child down the line. It's just that they're a functioning nut job. That's it. Okay? That's it. We're going to wind it back again.
Nephew wondered to shout out in protest. Williams also suggested that single black mothers could not properly raise their sons.
Now, unfortunately, in this society, the concept of being a quote-unquote single black mother is now a title of honor, as opposed to being a scarlet letter, proverbially speaking. At one time, if a woman was single and had to raise the children by herself, that was something that she was scared to admit or acknowledge or be a part of. But now it's a badge of honor. It's actually preferable for the woman to raise the child by themselves. That's why they tend to try to sabotage their relationships after they have the child, after they get pregnant. They'll try to act like they don't, but subconsciously that's how they're programmed.
As proud, beautiful, and fine as our black women are, one thing a black woman cannot do. A black woman cannot raise a black boy to be a man. She can't do what?
Now, Nora O'Donnell said, what? Why is it her place to speak on that for? She should be quiet.
Yeah, I beg to differ on that one. Franklin's nephew said the family chose Williams because he spoke at other family funerals, including for Franklin's father. He said Aretha did not discuss the funeral plans.
What place did that have in the midst of a celebration of Aretha Franklin?
Exactly.
Well, what place do you have to address a so-called black man speaking on black issues at an event like this that he knew was going to get a lot of attention, to put out that energy towards the so-called black man? What place do you have to speak on that? Other than the feeling that you have that you can interject yourself because you're a super liberal Caucasian woman and you're into idolatry. You idolize Aretha Franklin, most likely in a very fake way. You know how when these celebrities die, everybody acts like they're such big fans of theirs, and you're just supposed to bow down to them. Nothing against Aretha Franklin. All she was a singer. That's all. And she was raised in a Luciferian household, but that's another video for another day. But she was that mother goddess archetype for the 1960s, or at least one of them. Raised up in that Tammuz coven with her demonic father, C.L. Franklin, having orgies, pansexual orgies, with that dude Martin Luther King in tow, allegedly. But once again, I'll be covering that in another video. Point being is this, the sister, she's in the spirit war right now. Jasper Williams put out a good message, but you see the response from a lot of these liberal females, so-called black men.
Exactly.
By the way, that it being offensive.
And that's the point that...
That's being offensive? Offensive to who? Who's it offensive to? I'm offended that your face is more red than your lipstick.
The point that they're making.
Yeah, right. Vaughn Franklin said in a statement, quote, Reverend Williams spoke for 50 minutes and at no time did he properly eulogize her. He said it pushed a negative...
I watched the entire eulogy and I thought that Reverend Williams did a relatively good job until the end, when he went into his own Luciferian globalist ideologies about accepting homosexuals and things of that nature. Other than that, he did a good job. If you're a reverend, then you have to stick with the scriptures. The scriptures do not say to accept a lot of these ideologies, transgenderisms and homosexuals and lesbians. He had to go into that because, once again, the church is a business. But he did a very good job pertaining to that message that he put forth to the so-called black man, to preside over his child and over his children, and to take back control of the household. And the woman that you procreate with has to understand that. And if she shows that she's going to deviate from that, you cut her off. Let me wind this back.
Agenda.
What? Yeah, I beg to differ on that one. Franklin's nephew said the family chose Williams because he spoke at other family funerals, including for Franklin's father. He said Aretha did not discuss the funeral plans.
What place did that have in the midst of a celebration of Aretha Franklin?
Exactly.
By the way, that it being offensive.
And that's the point.
It's offensive. It's offensive. That damn orange mop top look like Ronald McDonald. Just be quiet and let the man talk.
That's the point that they're making.
Yeah, right. Vaughn Franklin said in a statement, quote, Reverend Williams spoke for 50 minutes and at no time did he...
Not 15. He spoke for 50 minutes. Okay? About as long as you spend in a tanning bed so that you don't look like a ghost on national television.
He properly eulogize her. He said it pushed a negative agenda, which the family does not agree with.
Now listen to that. According to Vaughn Franklin's statements, Jasper Williams was pushing a negative agenda when he stated that a black woman cannot raise a man. Why is that? Because you have an entire generation of so-called black men or males who have been raised by women who get offended at the thought that the man should be the head, should be the lead. And that's why I state that the woman, the so-called black woman in particular, is so unaccustomed to being told that she's not supposed to be the head or the leader of the household. Now she has drones in the form of males that were raised in these matriarchal households to come and defend her honor. Just like a beehive, when it's attacked, the drones protect the queen bee. So this is the condition of the battle, so-called black man. In order for you to take back control over the black community, so-called black community, over the so-called black household, you have to address the S.I.M.P. and you have to address that queen bee mentality. So it's going to be a very, very long road to hoe, but it's not going to be that complex. We already know who the targets are.
With Williams defended his remarks. He told the Associated Press he respects the family's opinion, saying, I understand that, but I'm sorry they feel that way.
In other words, Jasper Williams knew that what he was saying was correct. He knew that it would offend people, and oh well.
It's another example of how not to apologize.
No, that was his way of saying, I know that I'm right, but I know that you're offended because you have demons on you when it comes to that issue. Whenever you say that a so-called black man should be leading in any way, people get offended. Whenever you make these type of statements, the same statements that other demographics make, they just get upset when a so-called black man says it. If he had been a female pastor and she got on stage and said that us women, we do a great job, but we need our men to run the household, everybody in the audience would have started clapping, and it would not have been a news story. So it's not about the message, it's about the messenger that's offensive.
Of giving a good apology, that certainly wasn't it. You know, people could say he might have raised some good points, but that was not the place to do it, and I think that's why people are very upset with him.
Well, Gayle King, if you're saying that certain people will say that he made very good points, why would you say right after the clip ended that you disagree? That means that you disagree with very good points. Because just for you to say that certain people will say that he made very good points, you know that what he said was not incorrect. You're just upset because you feel like he's taking away some of your shine as the black mother goddess.
With him today.
Beyonce.
But anyway, that's basically it on that, brothers. Just be aware and cognizant of that fact that these people, they like to troll so-called black men. So you can't be too concerned about what they like and what they think. All right, we know what we have to do, or at least you should. And we have to do the right thing based off of general principles, not trying to win anybody else over. To hell with them. But anyway, peace. All right, man, peace. So for those of you brothers who've been on my channel for any length of time, you know that I will oftentimes use a phrase in description of the modern liberal female, that they are agents of chaos. Why is that? Because oftentimes they will seek to establish disorder so that they can create their own form of harmony or order out of that disorder. It is a program, it's a paradigm that, for the most part, they adhere to rather faithfully. It's only a matter of time if you're within the vicinity of a modern liberal female that she will attempt in some way, shape, or form to create chaos in her own life and in the lives of those around her so that she can feel empowered. And this is the reason why most of the Luciferians that are truly coordinating this society, this quote-unquote reality that we live in, they like to work so closely with the woman because they understand her proclivities. All you have to do is read the scriptures and you understand what the female is about in general. Now, don't get it twisted. The woman in her essential nature has beautiful qualities, but her main Achilles heel is that she loves chaos. She cannot stay away from it. In general, are there exceptions to the rule? Absolutely. Are there females out there that actually love peace and quiet and placidity? Sure there are. But for the most part, they're agents of chaos. They can't help it. It is what it is. You can have a well-trained rat, but if you put peanut butter in front of it, it cannot resist. And that's the average liberal female. They love chaos. That's why I call them agents of chaos. And as I always state, the word chaos, which means disorder, it comes from the name of the originator of the Babylonian/Egyptian mystery school system, that being Cush. Yes, the word chaos comes from Cush. So these females in general are close adherents to a lot of the principles that were set up by Cush way back in antiquity. The reason why I bring all this up is because I'm here chilling, checking out one of these cable channels, and they have a promo for the new season of the 50 Cent produced show Power, which is very popular with a lot of people. I've never seen it. I really don't have that much interest in seeing it. But there's a commercial on one of these cable channels for the new season of Power, as well as a new TV show that's targeting the quote-unquote Hispanic woman to inspire more feminaziism amongst them, called Vita. And I want you guys to pay very close attention to this little promo for these two shows and what they're going to acknowledge. They're going to confirm what I've been telling you brothers for the longest time. So let's see what they have to say. Of course, I'm going to chime in.
This is a manifesto, mi gente, because you will see us rise up.
Now, the Hispanic female, she was speaking very aggressively into the camera. She said, this is a manifesto. Now, where do we oftentimes hear that term or that word manifesto associated with? Karl Marx. As I tell you, brothers, all of these modern liberal movements are Marxist. Okay? They're Marxist. They're meant to spread disorder, and Marxism is used as an agent of change for the international bankers. Because once they cause chaos amongst the masses, then they can bring in a lot of their corporate and financial reforms to make you bigger debt slaves. So they use the female because they know that she loves chaos. They use her to cause all types of frenetic energy and to create an atmosphere of disharmony amongst the masses of people so that they can bring in these new reforms. Let me rewind it back because I just want to concentrate on that initial female once more.
This is a manifesto.
Yeah, she says this is a manifesto. Now look at the poster behind her. It says, "No, sir, I will not show you my papers." This is meant to once more spur on a feeling of antipathy between the quote-unquote Hispanics. And as we know, there is a big issue right now over immigration. I tell you brothers this all the time. Stay away from these liberal females because they're being fatted up like lambs to be sacrificed. They're being pumped up to believe that they can compensate for a feeling of disempowerment by being overly confrontational. And what's going to happen eventually is that, like lambs that have been fatted up for the slaughter, they're going to try to approach the wrong factions and they're going to get wiped out. You're going to see a major situation happen. I won't say necessarily in the near future because I don't know if they've been fatted up enough yet. But there'll be a situation where one of these liberal parades or protests will be occurring and the police will most likely engage them, and you're going to see a lot of casualties. You're going to see a lot of casualties. And of course, when martial law finally occurs, many of these liberal females will be looking for protection from men and they will not receive it. But just in addressing the sentiment of the poster behind her, if you're looking to be viewed as a legitimized member of a country, why would you try to endorse a statement that states that you will not show someone your papers? The only thing that you're going to be doing is precipitating your own incarceration. So that sentiment behind her is meant to be a subliminal attempt to program the viewers, because most people, once again, they're not going to proactively understand what they're looking at behind her head, but their brain will take it in. And that's really trying to endorse people coming against law enforcement, and that's going to lead to conflict. I don't make videos to tell people to go against the law or go for the law. That's your own decision. I know what the scriptures state. And I understand that even if you're going to talk about any type of rebellion, you have to understand what type of government you want to establish after the rebellion or the revolution. So brothers, it doesn't make you look brave or courageous to talk about an uprising or a rebellion when you don't know what type of government you want to install after the rebellion, after this mythological rebellion. That's how your mind has to work. You never, ever, ever follow behind the woman, particularly the liberal female. They don't contemplate what's around the corner. They don't contemplate what's down the block. They only seek to satiate their immediate emotional feelings. That's why it is so easy to manipulate them. That is why the serpent, quote unquote, came to Eve in the garden. He didn't come to Adam, he came to Eve. There's a reason for that. And the serpent still works through the woman, in general.
Because you will see us rise up.
She said, "You will see us rise up." As I stated, they had her use the term manifesto that is associated with Karl Marx, the Communist Manifesto. All these liberal movements are Marxist.
I guess we're in this together. So we are agreed.
Step back, here comes the queen. I'm a child, don't mess with me.
Now, do you hear the music in the background? It says, "Step back, here comes the queen." That's more of that programming to exalt the feminine principle and the mother goddess mentality amongst these liberal females.
Just give me the word and I'll beat her.
Let me say this as well. As you can see, this female, Lala Anthony, or Lala, whatever her name is, I don't know if they're divorced or not, but you see this a lot now. These 38, 39, 40-year-old women of color especially, but all women, all liberal females, let me specify, in this society, they love to brag about how physical they can get and how confrontational they can be and whose ass they're going to beat, so on and so forth. This issue is occurring because the television and the mass media are inducing women into believing that they should be able to get physical with others, but no one can be physical with them. Once again, this is part of the programming of unaccountability in the modern day liberal female. That's why I tell you brothers all the time, stay away from them. Stay away from them. Because all that's going to happen is that you're going to be forced into a confrontation that you cannot win. Either you're going to have to allow yourself to be emasculated, or you're going to flip out and beat some bitch's brains in. And it's not worth it, brother. It's really not. 999 times out of 1,000, it's not worth it. Unless the broad is coming at you with a knife or a gun, something along those lines, or she's just putting her hands on you that much, it's not worth it. Just remove yourself from that whole situation. But once again, pay very close attention to what one of these females is going to say.
You're a full-on agent of chaos.
Hey, brothers, you heard that? I didn't say that. I didn't write the script. She said that. The woman said that. I'm going to rewind it back a little bit.
That's true.
Just give me the word and I'll beat her.
You're a full-on agent of chaos.
That's right, I am.
Hey, you heard that? The first chick said you're a full-on agent of chaos, and I believe that they spliced it together from two different shows. Because the female who said it, I believe, is on that show Vita. The female who answered is from the show Power. So what are the producers telling you? What are the creators of this promo telling you? They're using the woman against herself. And they're using her to create chaos in this society. Because these females think that because they can express themselves however they want, that they're empowering themselves. They're really only setting themselves up. It's akin to somebody who feels like they're allowed to snort coke for the first time, so they're free. All they're doing is developing a bad habit that's going to hurt them down the line. I'm going to rewind it again from the start.
This is a manifesto, mi gente, because you will see us rise up.
She said, this is a manifesto, mi gente, because you will see us rise up. Hey, brothers, this is all meant to create a really anarchic energy within the household. This is why most of these females cannot dwell in a home with a man anymore. They're too busy trying to figure out how they can go to war with their man as opposed to compliment the man. And they're using TV shows like this to spread that sentiment because they know that most of these females are always plugged into the TV.
I guess we're in this together. So we are agreed.
Step back, here comes the queen. I'm a child, don't mess with me. I would have gone so.
More lesbian programming. Let me rewind that back for a second. There they go. That's what these shows are all about. Brothers, don't I always tell you that right akin to the so-called feminists or the super feminist mentality, the next step is lesbianism. That's really all it's about. The mother goddess worship is the embracing of the feminine principle, the adoration of the feminine principle, the over exaltation of the feminine principle, as opposed to understanding the beauty of it and how it exists in accord to the masculine principle. They fit together like a lock and a key. And when you don't have a lock and a key, you don't have any security. You don't have a way to open the door. You open the door so that you can enter into your abode. That's the point of the man and the woman coming together in harmony. They want to throw off that harmony. Or let me change that. Let me correct myself. They've already thrown off the harmony between the man and the woman. This is the new relationship paradigm that they're trying to promote. And of course, that show Vita is aimed at the Hispanic woman. So they've broken down all these females already. They just specify certain shows based on race now. That's all it's about.
Just give me the word and I'll beat her.
Now, there's no more of just give me the word and I'll go over and try to hash it out. Now she's talking about just give me the word and I'm going to go over and beat her ass. This is a promo for all these females to watch so that they can embrace that hood rat mentality. That's why they have these reality shows, Real Housewives of this and Real Housewives of that. And none of them bitches are housewives. None of them can cook or clean. None of them can maintain the home. All they're doing is spending the whole show getting tatted up and fighting and brawling like some damn junkyard dogs.
Just give me the word and I'll beat her.
You're a full-on agent of chaos.
That's right, I am.
Hey, brothers, I hope you heard that. I hope you heard that in the promo, man.
Yeah.
Just watch me now. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me now.
We're family, and we protect each other.
There goes more lesbian programming from this show, I guess, Vita or whatever. This chick here looking like Adam Richmond from Man vs. Food.
Just watch me now.
But anyway, I made my point. Hopefully you brothers understand that the things that I tell you, not only are they rock solid, but the powers that be, they know that the sentiment that I put forth on this channel for you brothers to understand is the truth. It's the truth, man. The woman, the liberal woman, let me specify, is an agent of chaos. That's what they are. And in general, the woman is an agent of chaos. I mean, damn it, let's not beat around the bush. Most of these women are liberal. 95 to 98% of them are liberal, and they are agents of chaos, just to different degrees. Some of them, you can rein that in a little bit. Others of them can't be helped. But anyway, peace. All right, man, peace. So in January of 2017, Donald Trump was inaugurated president of the United States, and the liberal demographics of America lost their minds. The women's liberation groups, they lost their minds. The so-called LGBTQ community lost their minds. The so-called pro-black contingent lost their minds. And they attempted to initiate forms of chaos through protests. One of the main ways that they tried to do that was through the so-called Women's Parade, or the Women's Liberation Parade, which was led by a lot of, or many, female Hollywood actresses, like, what was one of them? I believe it was Madonna was there. What's his other chick name? Scarlett Johansson, she was there. That $2 hoe from Hollywood, she was there. And many of the other quickly expiring actresses in Hollywood descended upon Washington, D.C., and attempted to lambaste Donald Trump as a form of acting out or throwing a tantrum because of their unhappiness at their queen lesbian, Hillary Clinton, not getting selected or elected, whatever you want to call it. Well, anyway, let's jump forward to this past weekend, which marked the approximate 1-year anniversary of that parade. The female contingent, or the liberal female contingent, let me specify, of America decided to have another parade. Of course, they're going to talk about it. I'm going to chime in.
That's ahead.
But we begin this half hour with the growing influence of women in politics. The inauguration of Donald Trump 1 year ago today prompted women's marches around the world last year. A CBS News poll finds women are still dissatisfied with the president.
63.
Well, let me say this. The reason why there were women's marches around the world last year had very little to do with Donald Trump. It was a concerted attempt by the socialist factions across the world to destabilize quote-unquote male hegemony. And they used Donald Trump as an excuse. Donald Trump, neither Donald Trump nor the inauguration of any president of the United States is going to initiate or motivate females from all across the world to protest or march. All of that was contrived, and it was coordinated by the socialist powers that be. Much like during the latter part of the 1700s, going into the 1800s, many of the socialist groups, really Luciferian groups, they sought to sow discord across the world, particularly in Europe, by starting many socialist movements. If you were to look up what occurred in 1848, there were revolutions in almost every country in Europe that year, under the inspiration of Karl Marx, who was a paid agent of the Luciferian order known as the League of the Just. Same thing is happening today with these females. They're being used as pawns. In regards to this women's poll stating that 63% of women disapprove of President Trump's job performance, I guarantee you 85% of women disapprove of their own lives. Because the vast majority of these liberal females, they have to go march and protest to take attention off of how much they hate themselves and their life. Most of these broads are strung out on antidepressants. All right, when I say most, I'm talking about the liberal ones. Why is that? Because the woman was put on the earth to be a helpmeet to the man and to be a mother. Is there anything particularly wrong with a woman working? In a perfect society, you prefer the woman not to work, but in a society like this, that is run on a credit-based economic system, that is utilizing fiat money, meaning money with no gold or silver backing it, the female basically has to work. That was the point of destroying the currency in the first place. One of the points. But anyway, let's see what they have to say.
3% disapprove of the president's handling of his job. Half say his policies have hurt women. And
when they say that his policies have hurt women, they're talking about the whore pills. That's the main thing that they're referring to. He's no longer going to make corporations subsidize their whore pills. Remember, the liberal females in general, but the liberal female in particular, they believe that everything should be handed to them. They don't want to have to work or earn anything. And when I say earn anything, they don't want anything to be stipulated to them that they have to earn it. They want to be able to work so that they can have their own money and not have to listen to a man. But they want to have wanton benefits that are targeted and aimed towards their demographic.
And 82% say it's important that more women are elected to office.
I agree. I think that men should protest. You know, they had a female protest, was it last year or 2 years ago? I think it was Women Don't Show Up to Work Day, some shit like that was supposed to show the importance of women. I think that men should do that. I think that men should have a let women run everything week. Because, you know, most of the liberal females, they think that, or they believe that no one else could do what they do. And I'm here to tell you, they're correct. The woman has an essential role and cannot be replaced. And at the same time, they cannot replace what the man does. So I believe that that men across America should have a week-long ceremony where they refuse to run the country, they refuse to make any decisions, and they let the woman run the country. Let's see how much they like it. I mentioned this before a long time ago. One of my favorite shows as an adolescent, as a preteen, was the Martin Lawrence show, Martin. And there was a great episode where he allowed Gina to come on the radio, and she started talking about their personal relationship, and the audience liked it. And the radio station manager, Stan, asked Gina to become a guest on Martin's show every week. So she started to get gassed up, and Martin was getting vexed about it because she was bringing a lot of their personal business to the show. And Martin's best friend Cole said, why don't you just, next time she's on the radio, just leave. She'll see that she can't do your job. And that's what Martin did. And Gina got traumatized because the audience turned on her. Because it's easy to gain attention for yourself when you're trying to siphon energy away from the man. But when the onus is strictly put on you, you're going to crumble. And that's the same thing that needs to be done to most of these females. That's just as a test. Really what men need to do is to shut this bullshit down expeditiously. But that's not going to happen. Why is that? Because females being risen up in this society into more prominent positions is a sign that America is circling the drain. This society is circling the drain. Whenever low-level demographics are starting to get exalted, when I say low-level demographics, I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about delusional women. I'm talking about the liberal females who have psychological disorders and wish that they were men. Secretly, most of these females wish that they were men and they're agents of chaos. I'm not talking about the females who have their head on straight. The 0.5% of them. 0.5 to 1.5% of them that have their head on straight. But anyway.
Paula Reed is at the Lincoln Memorial, where this year's Women's March is set to kick off later today. Paula, good morning.
And all of these protests and parades always culminate at the Lincoln Memorial. You notice that? You know why that is? Because you have that obelisk there. All of that is done in inspiration of Baal. The obelisk is also known as the shaft of Baal or the shaft of Osiris. Okay? All of this is done to promote discordianism. They venerate Saturn or Osiris, and I keep touching on this point. Why is it? Because it's pertinent.
Good morning.
Good morning. That's right. The Women's March returns here to Washington, D.C. and many other cities across the country today. But they're not expecting those same record crowds that we saw last year. But organizers tell me they're not focused on crowd size. They're focused on winning elections. A day after President Trump's inauguration, millions of women donned pink hats and marched in protest. This year, it's less about matching hats and more about midterm elections. Organizers have dubbed it Power to the Polls.
We're really encouraging people to go vote in November of 20.
Now, this female here, her name is Sarah Sophie Flicker. This person here is a plant, brothers. You do any research on her, you see that her grandfather, her maternal grandfather, was involved with implementing socialist democracy in Denmark. You look at the colors that she's wearing, the black, white, and red. That is for Hermetic philosophies, the bringing together of opposites, which is the black and the white, and the red represents the veneration of blood. Okay, she is a Baal worshiper. She is a priestess of Pan. And I'll probably delve deeper into that at the end of this video. But she's a plant. Okay? She venerates Pan and she venerates the goddess Diana. She's an agent of discord, an agent of chaos.
November of 2018.
Sarah Sophie Flicker is a national organizer for the Women's March.
National organizer, that's code word for socialist plant. Okay?
We will absolutely be registering voters, getting out the vote, knocking on doors, having, conversations.
If you pay attention, even her nail polish is black. Her outfit is coordinated.
Conversations with people one-on-one about why it's so important to vote.
The effort is working. Emily's List, a Women's March sponsor, coaches Democratic women on running for office. They have trained more than 26,000 women to run for local, state, and national office over the...
Now, how do you coach people to run for office? I thought that when you run for office to represent your district, in New York case, your borough, your city, your state, you're supposed to have a very firm understanding of civic duties, of municipal duties, of finance, leadership. How can you coach somebody into that? That's something that has to be inside of them, that they're truly galvanized to make their locality a better place. Once again, it shows you that many of these females in politics, they're only doing it for attention. Many of the men are only doing it for attention also, by the way. But yes, expect to see many more prominent women, particularly in politics, as this report is stating. You're going to see many of them as governors, as mayors, as leaders of labor unions, etc. Anything where they can garner more attention and acclaim for themselves. This is the time period that we're in, especially as this society starts to descend.
Last year, but the Women's March has come under criticism.
Now you see how they frame the Women's March right in juxtaposition to the obelisk that is there. Once again, this is all ritualistic. This is not just for social reform. This is also to imply that there is a spiritual reform as well. Remember, what goes along with the veneration of the quote-unquote sun god, whether that be Osiris or Baal, and I know a lot of the Kemet dudes are going to say Osiris is not the sun god, it's Ra or it's Heru. Osiris is the sun god as well. He's the god of the underworld, but he's also the sun god as well. Why is that? Because he represents that middle member of what's known as the triune. You have what's known as the sage, you have the father god, and then you have the son, S-O-N. So the sage is who? It's Ra. The father god is Osiris. Then you have the son, who is the incarnate, that is Heru. And you see that over and over again in the so-called quote-unquote pagan mythologies, which is just a retelling of the story of Cush and Nimrod and Semiramis. As I've stated in different videos, you also sometimes have a composite where they'll add elements of Shem or Noah or Adam or Ham, or as he's known by the Kemet brothers, Chem. But for the most part, it's in the veneration of that triune. Whenever you see the exaltation of the feminine principle, it's for the mother goddess, especially when it comes to the woman liberation angle, is speaking about Diana or Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, the goddess of the hunt. Okay? And it's always in concert with the adoration of the penis of Baal or the penis of Osiris. Remember, Set was able to salvage the penis of Osiris according to the mythological story so that she could create Heru. So the woman descending on Washington, the liberated females descending on Washington towards the penis of Osiris, represents once again them coming together and the proverbial liberated woman being inseminated by the penis. It's all in exaltation of the sun god incarnate, that is Heru or Apollo.
For only representing the views of liberal women. Rachel Simon was one of tens of thousands of women at the other big march in Washington, Friday's March for Life.
Now I'm going to rewind this back for a second. They touched on something that I truly wanted to highlight, which is the fact that there is starting to be a separation, a fracturing in these women's movements, as many regular females are starting to understand that most of these protests are only to exalt the liberal woman. The cameras are only exposing or showing what the liberal females are marching for. They're not showing marches like this. Let me rewind it back.
She says the Women's March 26,000 women to run for local, state, and national office over the last year. But the Women's March has come under criticism for only representing the views of liberal women. Rachel Simon was one of tens of thousands of women at the other big march in Washington, Friday's March for Life. She says the Women's March excludes pro-life women.
Of course it does, because they don't consider pro-life women to be women. The new model for the perfect female in Western society or Western civilization is based on the principle of Diana. Once again, brothers, these female liberation movements and marches are led by socialist forces. Socialism is just code for Luciferianism. Luciferianism is just code for the rites and the rituals that were created by Cush to advance his son, Asar or Osiris or Nimrod, and his wife. Okay? That's all it is. So whenever you hear socialist, you think Luciferian. Whenever you hear Luciferian, it's talking about Nimrod and Semiramis. So you're always going to see the veneration of the penis, of the son, of the liberated female, which is just the avatar, the fleshly manifestation of the goddess Diana or Minerva, the goddess of wisdom.
There's a blatant hypocrisy in the type of women the Women's March wants, and they're not a march or a movement about empowerment. They're a movement about picking women that only agree with them.
No shit. I've been saying that for the longest time. Ding.
Flickr denies the Women's March is an event exclusively for Democrats. The march was a demonstration against a Republican president, and it's now turned into a movement to get Democrats elected. So is it fair to say the Women's March is a partisan event?
I wouldn't say that it's partisan, but I would say if you look at this administration, like who predominantly makes up this administration, white men, and...
Now you heard that bullshit? That's a normal tactic that is utilized by the socialist liberal female movement to try to court favor with the so-called the black plight. Let's get them on our side. That's why I always reiterate to you, brothers, they try to court the favor, the accompaniment of the so-called black man. They're only using you. Look at this bitch. She looks like Elvira on crack. It's a joke. And once again, this female is a worshiper of Pan. Okay? She's a plant. That's all she is. And you can tell just by the color scheme that she has on. This whole thing is a ritual. The entire march was a ritual to lure in silly females. I can't say this enough. This whole stratagem is based on giving attention to females who normally don't get it. Older, less attractive females.
And I think what I can say about the Women's March is that it represents women's interests. And that's not partisan or nonpartisan.
What the hell does that even mean? This bitch don't even know what she's saying. Something is either partisan or it's nonpartisan. How could it be neither partisan nor nonpartisan? Nonpartisan means that you don't favor either party. These are the type of dumb, untrained bitches that are representing this so-called female liberation shit. That's why I say, brothers, you know what? That's what men should do. Have a week off where they say, we're not going to get involved in anything strategic or logistical. You women run it, since you think that you can do every damn thing. Because 90% of these females that they claim are running for political office are going to be puppeted by men behind the scenes. Okay? That's how it's going to go. All this shit is a joke. This female, by the way, is also married to a socialist director, an agent of chaos named Jesse Peretz. He directs that show Girls on MTV. I mean, pardon me, not MTV. Might as well be MTV. HBO. With that fat, degenerate, silly Caucasian bitch, Lena Dunham. The one who talked about raping her little sister when she was young. When she talked about finger popping her little sister. Read about that. The same chick, Lena Dunham, who got mad at Odell Beckham for ignoring her at the Met Awards or the Met Gala, whatever that was. where Odell Beckham went there and Lena Dunham was dressed in drag. She was dressed in a man's ensemble, and she got frustrated that Odell Beckham was sitting at her table and wasn't paying her any mind, and actually had the nerve to tweet it or put it on one of these social media platforms, made an ass of herself, and had to apologize for it. She's the star of one of the more degenerate shows on television called Girls, about 4 white bitches that run around Brooklyn fucking everybody and making asses of themselves. What's her name was also on that show? The white broad from Get Out, the little skinny broad. Point being is that this female is married to the director of that show. That's why I always tell you, brothers, everything is connected, man.
Organizers will wrap this weekend's marches with a big event in Las Vegas tomorrow.
Yeah, the big event's probably a big orgy.
They chose that location because it's in a state where Hillary Clinton defeated President Trump by a razor-thin margin. So it symbolizes how every vote counts, especially this year. Alex?
And just like they're trying to foment all of this, this ardent female participation in politics, that's the same way that all the Trump supporters are sitting back. And I told my pops this a while ago, last time I spoke to him on this political issue. I told him, you watch. The next time, the next election, there are going to be a lot of brawls. There are going to be stabbings. There are going to be murders at these voting booths. You watch, because the Trump supporters, they don't say anything. The super liberals, they like to run their mouth all day. A lot of these females are going to go to these voting booths trying to harass and argue with so-called Trump supporters, and they're going to get something that they do not expect. All right. That's why I tell brothers, stay away from all this madness.
Paula Reed in Washington. Thanks, Paula. The early numbers show that there is going to be a surfeit, a historic high in terms of female candidates.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. The march last year was one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen. The spirit and the turnout was truly amazing. Be interesting to see what happens this year.
Yes, it was extraordinary. It was amazing. Notice he didn't say that it was good. Extraordinary and amazing. Something can be extraordinarily and amazingly bad and stupid. But anyway, just pay attention to a lot of the psychological manipulative tactics that they're trying to use. All right. Anyway, peace. Okay, so now in the video that I just did on the latest Women's March, I noted all of the imagery that they had pertaining to the clear veneration of the shaft of Baal. And I stated that the origins and the reasoning behind the women's liberations movement is to show discordianism, to try to fracture society by utilizing certain agents of chaos. One of them being the main Caucasian female that was highlighted in the video, that being Miss Sarah Sophie Flicker. I stated that she's a socialist plant. I stated that because it's a fact. When you look up information on her, her maternal grandfather was the one who introduced socialist democracy into Denmark. I also noted that I could tell by how she was dressed, the color coding that she was using, that she clearly has understanding of the Hermetic principles. And as I always tell you, brothers, in many of the videos where I touch on that topic, Hermes is just another name for Cush. The name Hermes literally means the son of Ham, okay, or the son of Chem. That is who Hermes is. He is the god of mathematics, the god of communication, the god of science, writing, etc. He's also known as Thoth or Tahuti. He's also known as Mercury. He's also known as Pan. He was also known as Khnum, Khnum. I mentioned him in the video that I did on Wicca. That is the original name for the entity known today as the quote-unquote Baphomet, the god of this current world, as particularly the entertainment industry. I say all that to say this, that female is clearly a believer and an adherent to the Hermetic philosophies and to the worship of Pan, the god of man, boy, love, as above, so below. You notice here in the depiction of the Baphomet that he has both male and female parts. That is the point of equality and the women's liberation movement, is to get women to embrace trying to be men and to get men to embrace trying to be women. And what they do is they very craftily play on the fact that many females have been denigrated and treated improperly in this society. Let me make that very clear. And as I make very clear in all my videos, is it okay for men to go around sexually assaulting, sexually harassing females? Absolutely not. That is not a component of manhood. But they're utilizing that issue and trying to use it as a Trojan horse so that they can sneak in the veneration of this entity here, Pan or Khnum, who's really Cush. And I'm going to prove that right now. When you pay very attention to this entity here, you see, that, of course, that he has the goat or the ram's head. You see the moon, the crescent moon, which is a symbol of the mother goddess, Diana. You also see the upright pentagram or the five-pointed star, which represents also the feminine principle. You see that he has the female breasts. You see the right hand is pointing upwards. The left hand is pointing downwards. Now let's look at a photo that she took, Miss Sarah Sophie Flicker. Now this is a photo that I found of Miss Sarah Sophie Flicker. As you can see, she's doing the same exact pose. This is what I mean when I tell you, brothers. They utilize agents of chaos, okay? So-called activists and quote-unquote rebellion leaders or rabble rousers. They're agents of the international bankers. A lot of them don't even know that. All right. But when you talk about ultra left wing and ultra liberal, super liberal, all that means is that they venerate Pan behind closed doors. OK, look at this female right here. She's doing the same exact pose. The only difference is that her right hand is in the shape of the so-called quote unquote peace sign, which represents Pan or Cernunnos. The V sign represents the vagina, the worship of the vagina, the mother goddess. It also represents, in the rituals of Pan, the double penetration in both the female vagina and in the anus. Okay? But anyway, I made my point. Also, you can see that she has the Nero's cross on the right hand portion of the photo. So on and so forth. Anyway, peace. All right, man, peace. So the Golden Globes award ceremony for 2018 was ground zero for the Me Too movement, which of course has transformed, metastasized per se, into the hashtag Time's Up movement. As we can see right here, what is illustrated is what I've been telling you brothers for the longest time. The Me Too movement is really just the revenge of the ugly or quickly expiring bitches. That's really all it is. Now, the females and also the male actors in Hollywood, they made a show of it by dressing in all black, which was truly just a witchcraft ritual in veneration of Saturn, also known as Osiris. They also walked, of course, on the red carpet to signify the fact that they are all blood debted into the industry. They cannot get out, even if they wanted to. Okay, it is what it is. Certain people might understand that, certain people may not. But when they become a part of the Hollywood entertainment industry, they can only get in, they cannot get out. Now, this female on the left, the so-called black female, her name is Tarana Burke. She is the official founder of the hashtag Me Too movement. If you brothers remember, when the Me Too movement first came into prominence, they wanted to accredit it to Alyssa Milano, the former child actress on Who's the Boss. I think that they quickly realized that they better give the credit to this female here because we're living in the information age. And if it was found that they were trying to give all the credit to Alyssa Milano, it could quickly become a racial issue. And they don't want that for this movement. They're trying to make sure that all females of all races are walking in lockstep in veneration of the mother goddess and to turn against any form of male hegemony. And that brings me to my next point. What the media did bring out is that all of these females wore all black. What they did not bring out was that none of these females wore bra. So it was clearly an ode to the original feminist movement of the late 60s, early 70s, which involved bra burning. But anyway, let's let them talk about it. I'm going to chime in. This segment features Miss Oprah Winfrey, the mother goddess of the entertainment industry, as she interviews the so-called ruling level of the Time's Up panel. Let's see what they have to say. Many, many things are going to be revealed.
Even before the first award was handed out at last Sunday's Golden Globes.
Tracee Ellis Ross, another quickly expiring female actress who was using this Time's Up, hashtag Me Too movement to garner some attention for herself. As we all know, she has failed in any attempt to establish a personal life. So as I've told you brothers before, once the woman gets in that 35 to 45-year-old range, they will do anything they can to maintain some type of credibility as someone who should be the recipient of sexual energy. If they can't get that, then they're going to try to jump into the feminist world. This female's talking a lot of things about re-engineering society. This is the same female who was running around a couple of years ago scared out of her mind that Charlie Sheen gave her HIV because she was one of the many actresses in Hollywood who were sleeping with Charlie Sheen, but you just didn't know about it because they don't put that in the mainstream press. And this female period just smuts away around Hollywood, allegedly. All right? It is what it is.
Globes, the Time's Up campaign had already won the night. Time's Up, which began as a meeting.
Now look at that. Let me rewind that back a little bit.
Of Hollywood. Time's Up.
Look at this. The Caucasian female on the right, I'm sure you guys all know her. That's Emma Watson, I believe her name is, or Emma something. I believe it's Emma Watson. One of you brothers can correct me. I know it's the little broad from Harry Potter. She's a very ardent feminist. This is way before the Me Too movement. I've seen her in interviews talking about how much she's in favor of female rights and how men need to join in to promote female equality, so on and so forth. As you can see, the so-called stud lesbian on the left is using this as an excuse to put her hand around Emma Watson's waist and pull her close. It would not shock me at all if many of these stud lesbians who were at this event were able to go home with a few of these actresses. Remember, many of these females are trend-oriented and they get caught up in the emotional vibe of a movement like this, and they decide that they're going to really take the female sisterhood vibration to its limit by just going home with a stud for the night and rubbing coochies and saying fuck men. And then of course the next day she wakes up and kicks a stud out of her apartment and texts her boyfriend, good morning, baby, I missed you. Everything went well at the event last night.
Which began as a meeting of Hollywood women last fall to address sexual harassment in the workplace, has become a movement for victims everywhere. Stars wore black as a sign of unity.
Look, brothers, I'm going to state this very plainly. I've always suspected that this female, I believe her name is Allison Janney, is a post-op transsexual, okay? Allegedly. I remember that there was someone who has a relative level of fame in Hollywood who came out and stated that there is a quote-unquote actress in Hollywood who is a post-op tranny, someone who's relatively well-known and has been well-known for a while, but has not come out of the closet as someone who was formerly a male. I don't see who else it could be other than this person, all right? Allegedly.
And for one dazzling moment.
Oh, here goes Nicole Kidman, a.k.a. Catwoman. If they pull her face back one more time, she'll be able to play the stunt double for Jackie Chan.
The fight against harassment and gender inequality.
Oh, so they were able to salvage Mariah Carey off the scrap heap. For those of you brothers who don't know, I believe I mentioned this already, Mariah Carey is a MK Ultra monarch butterfly. Meaning what? She was raised up in the programming. And don't take my word for it. Look up her sister. Her sister is on record as stating that they grew up being subjected to satanic ritual abuse and sexual abuse. This is why this female, Mariah Carey, is known to have self-destructive psychological breakdowns. Nick Cannon is her handler. And Nick Cannon also was raised in the programming. That's why he was brought up through Nickelodeon. Okay? Nick Cannon's grandfather, I believe, was in the military, based out in San Diego, if I remember correctly. But you brothers could look that up. This is also why you'll see oftentimes Mariah Carey likes to use the imagery of rainbows, and as I already stated, butterflies. Moving on, you see this female here, America Ferrara. She's supposed to represent the Latino delegation of the sisterhood of Hollywood. She also claims to have been the victim of sexual abuse as a child at the age of 9 years old. This is what she states. Her father left the family at 7. So it's very clear that whoever it was who molested her was most likely maybe a boyfriend of her mother or some other male family member. But I doubt it, because her family are immigrants from Honduras. So I doubt if it was another male family member. So now moving on, you have, what's this chick's name? Natalie Portman. Natalie Portman is another monarch butterfly, per se. She came into prominence in the film The Professional. Now, if you guys ever watched the film Professional, there's a scene where she's living, of course, with the assassin, and she comes out of the room basically trying to seduce him. That entire film is about her being attracted to him and her love affair, her attempt at a love affair with a grown man. Now, mind you, in the film, she was, I believe, 13 or 14 years old. And she's attempting to engage in a serious love affair with a man who's probably 25 years her senior. Okay? After that, George Lucas, of course, tapped her to play the character of Padme in the Star Wars prequels, which I've already noted. Her character of Padme is based off of the mythological goddess Leto, or Lato, spelled L-E-T-O or L-A-T-O, who is the mother of Apollo and Artemis, or as they're known in the Star Wars series, Luke and Leia. Then, of course, you move on. You have Emma Stone, who also is a monarch butterfly. And then to the right of her is one of the transcendent figures of the lesbian sisterhood movement, that being Billie Jean King. Probably the first female athlete to come out of the closet. And she was involved in the S.I.M.P. tennis match against Bobby Riggs. And that was a very good name for him, because that whole situation was rigged, right? To make it look as if female athletes could compete with male athletes.
Quality was center stage. But now what?
Now, Oprah is supposed to be the leader of this delegation, but she's asking, now what? Please keep that in mind.
On a rainy Southern California day after the Globes, we gathered some of the women who helped start it all. So, who is the head of the group?
Well, bitch, it's supposed to be you, isn't it? Aren't you the one they claim going to run for president in 2020? You mean to tell me you don't even know who the head of the group is? Look at this bullshit.
Is it an organization? Is it a group? Is it a movement? Is it a campaign?
At this moment, it's a campaign. And we're all sort of workers among workers, and women among women, sort of rolling up our sleeves and doing whatever sort of comes to the forefront.
In other words, bitch, you don't know what's next. You just know that you can get some attention for this. Right now, the iron is hot, so you're going to strike. You're going to try to use this to parlay yourself into getting more money for your roles and things of that nature. Even Oprah's confused, because Oprah realizes that this is all a bunch of dumb shit. These women have no plan, and this is going to fizzle out. Look at Oprah's face. Oprah confused as shit.
How do you get things done with no leader?
Well, shit, Oprah, aren't you supposed to be the leader? Brothers, that should just go to show you that even Oprah knows that these liberal females in Hollywood can't lead flies to shit. Now, Tracee Ellis Ross is trying to run her mouth because she feels like this is her moment to take authority or take control, because she can't get a man to save her life. Once again, she's 45 years old. She's at that moment where she realizes that husband and children are not going to happen for her. Right? She's been fucking different men throughout Hollywood. She's been laying down with a lot of these rappers and basketball players, and now she wants to be taken seriously. So this is her moment to be taken seriously.
Well, we're women,
and what exceptional women they are. Lucas.
Did you hear this, broad? When Oprah said, "Who's the leader?" Tracy Ellis Ross responds back, "We're women." Well, if you were going to show your leadership role as a woman, you'd have had children already. You can't have children because no man's taking you seriously.
Film president Kathleen Kennedy, the force behind the Star Wars movies.
Well, no, Kathleen Kennedy is the producer of the Star Wars series, but she's really the force behind turning the Star Wars series into a forum for social engineering. What they've done is they've inverted the entire original trilogy of Star Wars, turned every prominent character from male to female, introduced that silly character of Rey, who has no imperfections and does not need to be trained, so that they can promote the energy and the image of the female as a goddess. Remember, the goddess does not need to be taught. She's just born as is. That's why Rey does not need to learn anything from any so-called Jedi masters. Luke had to be trained. Rey doesn't have to be trained because she's woman, remember? She's like the goddess Diana, right? The warrior goddess. She's born perfect. When you look up Diana, Diana was born perfect.
Wow. Mega producer Shonda Rhimes.
Damn, they don't need to be doing a close-up on that. Shonda Rhimes, whew. Look like Paul Pierce with a wig on. The hell is going on here? Shit. She got a 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock shadow.
Rhimes, creator of hit TV shows including Grey's Anatomy and Scandal.
Yes, aka bedwench.com.
Entertainment attorney Nina Shaw, and actresses America Ferrera, Natalie Portman.
Damn, Natalie Portman looked like she just got out of a concentration camp in Nazi Germany. Is she okay? Look like she got to take a shit, a piss. Somebody called her, told her dog died. What's wrong with her? God damn.
Portman, Tracy Ellis Ross, Reese Witherspoon.
Reese Witherspoon just looked mad as hell. She looked like she's still mad that Ryan Phillippe don't want to be with her anymore. Brothers, once again, many of these females are going to reveal in this interview that they were quote-unquote molested as children. When you start quote-unquote dating these women, I always ask them if they've ever been involved in a situation like that, because that level of psychological disorder is going to affect your rapport and your dealings with that female. All right? A lot of these females are carrying around more baggage than Delta Airlines. Make sure you get to the bottom of that shit, because if it doesn't come out in the wash, it will come out in the rinse. All right?
Fun. Beyond raising awareness, how is this going to help the waitress, the farm worker, the factory worker, the caregiver?
We have to maintain the momentum of this conversation.
Yeah, but that's not really what Oprah's getting at. What she's getting is that those females that you're trying to pump their heads up with your contrarian bullshit, they're not going to have the equity that top level female actresses in Hollywood have. They're not going to be able to go to work and they're a waitress at a diner in St. Louis, Missouri, and they decide that they want to get angry at the waiter because the waiter asked them out on a date and they found the waiter unattractive. So now they want to come to work with a t-shirt that says #MeToo. They already have a utility set up for females who actually get sexually assaulted. It's called 911. You should try it sometime.
Because they can't. It's not only in what we're doing with a group like Time's Up, but it's in the content we're creating, the conversations we're having. We have to continue this work.
Now, did you hear what Kathleen Kennedy said? She said it's in the content that we're creating. She's talking about the television shows and the movies that they're producing in Hollywood, which are meant to exalt the feminine principle. And there are a series of things that the males in Hollywood are going to have to do in response to this propaganda. And that that men in general are going to have to start doing, which is, number one, stop going to see these films. I have no interest in seeing most of the product that Hollywood is putting out because they're more concerned about exalting the woman than they are making good stories. There are many great films that have been made in the last 30 plus years that starred female heroines. Look at the Alien franchise with Sigourney Weaver. Look at the original Star Wars with Leia. but they had a strong female character, but she was not purposefully there to outshine the men. That's what was great about the original Star Wars trilogy, is that you had characters that were actually multi-layered and complex. They were not caricatures like how you have today, cartoon characters. And that's what happens when you allow the female to be fully in creative control. Because most women are not three-dimensional thinkers, so they create characters that tend to be very two-dimensional to match their thought process. Man bad, woman good. Man deceitful, woman has integrity. Right? This is how many of their characters come off. And you'll see this female here, Shonda Rhimes. Her television shows tend to revolve around her own inner fantasy, which is the inner fantasy of many liberal females, black females, which is that they'll get the white knight. And I mean that literally, the so-called Caucasian man. So there are many layers to this assault on quote-unquote masculinity.
Because we do have the spotlight.
They also have the money. The $16 million Time's Up Legal Defense Fund can help harassment victims get a lawyer if they need one. There's so many men and women now who are uncomfortable in their workplaces because of all that's been uncovered and aren't just really sure how to be. What do we say to them?
Well, before they answer, let me say this. What's going to happen in the regular workplace is that many males who are in a position to hire are no longer going to hire females, particularly attractive ones. They're going to trump up criteria that are going to eliminate a lot of females, because most women are going to be more trouble than they're worth. Most women are more trouble than they're worth in general anyway. Anyone who's worked in corporate America knows that when you introduce the feminine energy into the workplace, most of the time what you have is cattiness, pettiness, over emotionality, people that you cannot count on to come into work oftentimes because they're always sick. They have relationship issues because they no longer know how to interact with the man in their personal life. They're coming to work looking for surrogate boyfriends. Oftentimes they have trouble learning new material. These are all things that any man who's worked in corporate America and a corporate America environment can attest to. And many of the men in corporate America who are involved with hiring are just going to stop bringing on women. And they're going to make their HR department bring them into the office and ask them why they're not bringing on women. And they'll already have some type of excuse, or they'll just say, oh, okay, I didn't even realize. But that's the change that's going to happen, because this movement, this hashtag #MeToo movement, is a fascist movement. It's not based in any form of justice. It's based in vindictiveness. They're not looking for equality. They're looking for supremacy.
We're humans. We're all humans. And I think it's treating people as fellow humans. And it's not because you have a daughter that you respect a woman. It's not because you have a wife or a sister. It's because we're human beings. Whether we're related to a man or not, we deserve the same respect.
That's true. So you make sure that you have that humanistic approach the next time you hear about a man who's in prison for a rape conviction that he did not commit. I wonder if that Time's Up legal fund is going to be applicable to that gentleman. You remember that the next time that a man has been paying child support for years and years for a child that's not his, and the female knew that it was not his. I hope that you run that human line then.
We have an instinct about how to treat our fellow human beings.
Were there those of you who joined because...
Yeah, the instinct on how human beings normally treat each other is, I'm going to do as much as I can to get over on that person. That's what the human instinct is, Natalie Portman. That's why you have laws. Laws are written so that parameters are created to counter human behavior. Because at its core, human behavior is animalistic. The difference is that we're given a conscience so that when we start to commit wrong or think about doing wrong, you have that energy in you that counterbalances that and says that's not right. The reason why you have laws is because laws confirm that conscience energy. That's why you have legislative bodies. But once again, if you're a two-dimensional thinker, you're not going to understand that.
Because you were also a woman who could say, me too.
Yes. Yes.
Speak to that, Reese.
Me too. I have been very open that I was assaulted. It's important that people know that silence. I
assaulted at 16 on one of your first movies.
Yes.
Yes.
The first time I actually heard from Reese was after I had posted my Me Too message.
Remind us of what you posted.
I posted vaguely about an incident of when I was 9 years old being assaulted by a man who I was then sort of forced to see afterwards for a long time. And what struck me about my experience was his certainty that I would be silent. And he was right.
Of course he's right, because he's still right, because you still refuse to name that man and you still refuse to be explicit on what occurred. So of course all people are going to do is create conjecture. You're still showing that you're a coward, to be quite frank with you, because if the man sexually adulterated you like you claim, you should run his name out there and say, this is what he did, this is when he did it, and I'm putting this forth for young ladies to know, and most importantly for parents to know, to protect their child. This is what you should be doing. Instead, you're still just vaguely alluding to something that allegedly occurred 24 years ago. Is that responsible? I don't think so.
He was right for 24 years.
You mean he was right for 24 years and counting? He was right for 24 years and counting, because he's still right. Until you get explicit with what actually occurred, all you're doing is attention mongering, to be quite frank with you. And still, from none of these females have I heard them talk about the rampant pedophilia and pederasty in Hollywood. How come Corey Haim is not on this Time's Up panel? Is it because these females are not as caring about sexual assault as they claim to be? Is this really about a power play for women? This is why I touch on this incessantly on this channel, brothers. These females don't really care about anyone other than themselves. The liberal female, all they care about is themselves. All this is an attention grab.
Did you all see on Golden Globes that Sunday, Dylan Farrow tweeted about Time's Up, saying that when she came forward about her alleged abuser, Woody Allen, 4 years ago, that she thought his time was up. I think he was getting the same award that I received. And
yes, of course. And you know Woody Allen very well, Oprah. That's why Seal outed you with those photos of you and Harvey Weinstein, because you know about Harvey Weinstein as well. You didn't give a shit about any of those females who alleged to be victimized by Harvey Weinstein, because you know about it. You know why? Because, sexual degradation is part and parcel of being a part of Hollywood. You certainly would know about that, because you've been sexually degraded since you were under 10 years old as part of the MK Ultra program. All right, but that's a whole other video. But Seal outed Oprah already as being phony.
And she says she thought his time was up, but it wasn't. And she asked, is time really up now? What would you want to say to her?
Well, the first thing I'll say is that everybody's known about Woody Allen for many years. Woody Allen was engaging in pedophilia with his current wife. I believe her name is Soon Yi. He was engaging in all types of depravity with her. And I believe what was the name of the female that he was with? What's this chick name who was in that film about having the demons removed from your body? Mia Farrow. That's who it was. Woody Allen was with Mia Farrow, who was in Rosemary's Baby, about how they used her to quote unquote have sex with Satan and bring forth the quote unquote Antichrist into the world. Very, very interesting, very good movie, directed by Roman Polanski. And for those of you who don't know, his former wife Sharon Tate was sacrificed by former Process Church initiate Charles Manson, but that's a whole other video for another day. So Mia Farrow already knew about Woody Allen. She outed him. Everybody knows that Woody Allen is a molester. And when you look at Oprah Winfrey's face, Oprah Winfrey's just going through the motions, man. Oprah Winfrey's done.
I hope so. I'll be honest, I don't know about anybody else, but I hope so. But
You know, I'm not one of these guys who runs around saying that every female in Hollywood is a tranny, but this person here, I mean, come on. This person, like I said, looks like Paul Pierce with a wig. And this female here, Shonda Rhimes, you know how she came into prominence in Hollywood? You know who gave her her break? Like so many other liberal black females in Hollywood, she got her break from a black man. That being Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington allowed her to become a prominent part of his production company back in the early 90s. And from there, she was able to make her way into Hollywood. But Denzel gave her start. He allowed her to rewrite a lot of scripts for his production company. I can't remember the name right now.
I'd like to believe the time's up for silence. Yeah. We can start there.
Well, how about the time being up for you women bullshitting about what you claim to have gone through and actually go through the proper channels as opposed to trying to attention monger? Because the woman has never really been silent. It's just that one could make the case that people have not believed her. And that often is based on the precedent that women are known for lying. Let's be for real. So once again, I hope that for every female that you helped that was actually the victim of sexual assault and sexual harassment, you're also going to acknowledge that it should be times up for the men who are in prison for rapes that they were accused of that they did not commit, for men who are paying out the backside for child support for a child that's not theirs. I hope that you know that you understand that there's an equivocation there.
It should be noted that Allen has denied Dillon's allegations, and following 2 investigations, no charges have ever been filed against him.
Give me a break. Woody Allen is connected with a capital C. He is never going to go to prison or jail for doing something that everyone in Hollywood is doing. You know, he's dealing with Kabbalah. He's far above that.
Still, the larger issues remain.
I think a big part of this too is not just changing the written rules, but the unwritten rules. And I think what we are experiencing right now is a tectonic shift underneath our feet, and where women and men are feeling like we can no longer not say the truth. And when the truth is said, there is maybe a ripple in our culture right now that is going to allow for there to be a change. I feel.
Well, when the truth is said, what happens is that people get offended and people get separated. So I understand her attempt at a metaphor with the tectonic plates. There is going to be a shift, but it's going to be a shift that's going to bring about a great separation. Because whenever the truth is spoken or brought to light or brought forth, you're going to have 2 camps, the people who accept it and the people who don't. So truth is a two-way street. The same way that many of these liberal females believe that it's time for them to bring forth their version of events, you're going to encourage men to rouse up conversely and bring forth the truth from their perspective. And hopefully these females will be prepared when it comes, because the man is like a male lion. It's difficult to rouse him up, but when he does get roused up, he's going to destroy everything that is around him. Many of these females don't really know what they're doing, as has already been shown and conveyed and displayed. But Oprah asked them point blank, who's the leader? What's the plan? They had no answers. So you have to be very prepared when you decide to go to war and you have no ammo.
I feel like there's like a constructive fury that has resulted in a resolute pursuit of equity.
In other words, that's a way of saying that there's going to be a witch hunt, a pursuit of equity. What does that even mean? I don't even think that she knows. She's just trying to put forth some words in a way that she feels like will make a cogent point.
Like there's like this, as you said, that tectonic shift, and then like something has galvanized that we're.
Look at Oprah. Oprah's like, bitch, please.
We're all like, this is not just my hurt. This is more than my hurt. This is not just my anger. This is our anger.
Is that how angry you were at Charlie Sheen when you thought he gave you the monster? Is that the anger and the hurt that you're talking about, allegedly?
And instead of it just being a feeling, it's becoming an action.
I've heard the confusion about the difference between, people are afraid to even say there's a difference between inappropriate behavior, inappropriate comments, and sexual assault and sexual predators and rape. There is a difference.
There is a difference, but there's a culture that one part of it supports the other. There's an understanding of consent and respect that I think has gotten very confused in our culture.
Yes, it starts with overly flirtatious females like you, who have made a spectacle of yourself over the years, going on talk shows, flirting with rappers, flirting with basketball players, throwing yourself at various men in the industry. Of course, so you're the recipient of the energy that you emit. You cannot get upset at how you're perceived when you're the one who is providing that perception. That's how it goes, Miss Ross. That is why you're 45 years old, and let's be for real, your options are limited at best. That is why you're on TV now looking for attention from Oprah. Oprah is like everybody's mommy in Hollywood. When they get in trouble, they want to run to mommy. Well, mommy doesn't have any answers.
That has set up a space that can make all of that happen.
You know, in my business, in my law firm, several people have come to me and said, I just don't know what to say. I just don't know what to do. And I said, you know the difference between right and wrong. Is it a conversation that you would be comfortable going home at night and telling your wife or your mother that you had? If you are uncomfortable in telling them about this conversation, then
you shouldn't have it.
You shouldn't have it.
And beyond that, brothers, what she's basically saying is that there should be an end to all sexual conversation in the workplace. That's why I tell you, brothers, that. I tell you that the time for that sexual repartee, that back and forth with these random females, must come to an end. Right? This is why they're constantly trying to create this image of male harassment on the street, what they call street harassment. Stop talking to these women. You watch how quickly they start to wonder why they're not getting any more attention. The woman is like a child. If you go left, she wants to know how come you're not going right. If you go right, she wants to know how come you're not going left. That's how they are. Ignore them and watch them destroy themselves.
Do you think some men need some relearning?
Oh, yes. And
now, did you hear that? You know how insulting that is for these group of females to claim that men, number one, need relearning, as if, number one, as if that's true. Number two, as if they're mentally capable of reteaching men, because that is what is implied. If men need relearning, that means that they believe that they're qualified to teach men how to be men and how to conduct themselves. Now, I wonder how they would react if men stated that they need to relearn how to dress properly, and they would not garner a lot of the attention that they're garnering, because it is natural that how you dress is going to determine the type of energy that you get. That's common sense. But what does the average liberal female say? Well, how come you can't control yourself? That is proof positive right there that they are dressing in a way to elicit a response and a reaction, as opposed to what they claim they want, which is to be left alone, allegedly. Very, very, very deceitful times that we're in.
And also the thing that's always surprising to me, I am a strong, outspoken, powerful woman. And
allegedly. If you were all those things, you wouldn't have to say them.
And there are places and ways and times that I am even afraid to speak up. There are environments that we all work in that support a culture of harassment or a culture of any of those things that it's
inappropriateness.
Yes, inappropriateness under the guise of humor.
In other words, not only in the workplace does the female not want to be the recipient of a certain type of conversation, she does not want to be in the presence of two men having a conversation that does not concern her, that she finds objectionable. You understand? This is the sentiment that they're going to put forth in the corporate American workplace. And what's going to happen is they're going to find themselves not being able to get jobs anymore, because the man is going to feel like he cannot express himself. And when men start feeling that way, there's going to be a trickle-down effect. But once again, these females are two-dimensional thinkers. They don't understand the importance of separation of the genders. You don't have the right to invade a male environment and stipulate to men how to express themselves. They don't get that. This is why you're supposed to be where you're at, and the man is where he's at. But because you want to invade the male workspace and the male energy is offensive to you, Now you want to try to re-engineer him. Remember, when you're a guest in someone's home, you have to go by their rules and their laws. You don't have the right to go up in somebody else's house and tell them how to speak. Shows you how presumptuous many of these females are. But they're feeling themselves right now. That's okay.
Under the guise of all these things, or I'm just complimenting you. All of those kinds of things that it's like, yes, but you're, or why aren't you smiling, honey? Or, you know, all of those kinds of things that play into an overall idea of what the role that I am supposed to be playing as a woman.
I don't believe that you know what your role as a woman is. That's very, very clear. That's why you're so confused. Underneath all that bluster, brothers, I guarantee you, once this segment was cut, she ran to the bathroom, popped a couple of antidepressants, and told the rest of them bitches, okay, where we going for wine? I promise you that. Because that is how these females sedate themselves. Because they're at their wits' end. But notice what she said. Oh, how come you're not smiling? What is that going back to again? They feel like they're getting harassed if men speak to them. Unless it's a man that they find attractive, and then they feel like they can say to that man whatever they want. As any man knows who gets hit on by women, when you reject a woman, it's all type of craziness. Oh, are you gay? You must hate your mother. all type of silly shit, because they can't handle rejection. But they're the ones that are on television now telling men that they need to be recalibrated, re-engineered, retrained on how to deal with females. And most of the females on this panel right here, ain't no man looking for them. Ain't no man checking for their ass. I mean, Shonda Rhimes, ain't nobody checking for you unless you're coming off the bench for the Celtics. Like, get the fuck out of here.
And if it's scary for me to speak up.
Yes. But the question, Tracy, is how is this measured? How do we make the punishment fit the crime? For somebody who's saying, I was just complimenting you, versus somebody who is actively a predator.
But maybe there isn't an answer for that yet.
Or maybe you just don't have any answers, which is something that is very, very obvious. You don't have answers, which is why you're not fit to be on any form of decision-making board.
And once someone has been accused of this bad behavior, this inappropriateness, is there, do you believe, a path to learning and then overcoming those mistakes and doing better? Is there? Where is forgiveness in this?
I think there's a lot of room for reconciliation. I think there's a time to approach people and tell the truth and have them listen thoughtfully and meaningfully and apologize sincerely.
So once somebody's been accused of sexual harassment and loses their job, should they ever work again?
I'm not here to make that decision.
So then why, once again, bitch, why are you on the Time's Up decision-making board for then? What the fuck is your role? Look at these silly broads, man. As soon as they ask the real question, I don't really know. I haven't thought that far. I just thought we were going to be here and talk and drink wine, and I don't know.
I'm not a lawyer.
Just having a conversation for the world.
But this conversation, by the way, has caused a lot of arguments for me at dinner parties. There have been a lot of shouting across a lot of tables about this, because some people really feel like, no, that's it for them. And some people feel like they're not so sure. I mean, I was raised in a world in which I believe that there has to be a belief that people can grow, change, and learn, and know better. I mean, not if you've committed a crime. I feel like you need to go do your time for your crime. But I do believe people have to be able to grow, change, and learn from their mistakes at a certain point. There has to be room for reconciliation in a weird way. But a lot of people don't think that right now, and a lot of women have the right to not feel that right now.
That's good. So then that means that a lot of men have the right to not feel any form of remorse or feeling of reconciliation when they decide that they're going to be as vindictive as possible once they realize that a woman has lied about a child being theirs, or any other way in which the female has lied and gotten men incarcerated, whether it be for false claims of rape or things of that nature. Yeah. See, once again, when you have the mindset of a lawmaker and a legislator, when you craft a law and a penalty for that law, your mindset is always going to be on how it can affect everyone in any circumstance. The female by nature is so self-absorbed that she only thinks about ramifications and how they are going to affect her. So they don't understand that when you have the mentality that you don't need to have any forgiveness for anything that has to do with what they esteem to be sexual harassment, which can range from a guy saying, hey, you're looking beautiful today, all the way to a man grabbing you and raping you. They're trying to act like there's no distinction and that there's no need for a distinction and that there's no need for a female to make a distinction at this point. Well, then you have to understand that the same thing works conversely. But their brains don't work on that level to grasp that. That's why they're not fit to create any type of or establish any type of standard.
And speaking of this moment, as a culture, we've gone from not listening, hearing, or believing women. And how are we going to skip over the whole part where women get to be heard and go straight to the redemption of the perpetrators?
Yeah.
Because that's what it's about. At the end of the day, when you're talking about an issue like this, you have to think about the potential either redemption or conviction of the quote unquote alleged perpetrator. You can't sit around in a circle all day just getting attention for yourself and, you know, woe is me, I was a victim, and shame, shame, shame on you. People who have the mindset of a legislator or any type of judiciary committee, their concern is going to be, okay, what's the punishment for this crime? What are the grades? What are the levels? If you don't comprehend that, then once again, you're someone else who's not fit to be on this board.
Can't we live in that space where it's okay for perpetrators to be a little bit uncomfortable with what the consequences will be?
Well, how could they be uncomfortable with what the consequences will be when you don't even know what the consequences should be?
Can you speak to how the speaking out of your own truth and telling your story, because I think I was in the room the very first time you shared your story, Reese, and how has the speaking out of it actually led to a greater sense of empowerment and control over it?
Well, I don't know if I've gotten to that place yet. As you can see, I'm very emotional about it.
Well, yeah, that's another reason why you should not be on any decision-making board, and there's nothing against this female at all. I understand that any type of sexual assault can be very traumatic, but that's why any type of penalty enforcement should go to a third party. Okay? And once again, the acting world, the entertainment industry is a very nefarious environment due to the fact that many of these females believe from a young age that they should be independent and autonomous. They reject any form of male authority over them, which was set up to act as a protector. They don't want their father or their man around in these different environments because they think that they can't be touched. And then when they get touched, they're embarrassed by it because they realize that the ideology of female independence is a facade. It's not real. It's imaginary. And that's really what crushes them, is that at any moment, a man could take what he wants from them. So now they're left with, wow, should I persist in this false ideology of female independence, or should I conform to what I've been taught is a dated model of relationships, which is that a man should be my protector? That's what's really killing them.
But I keep going back to, somebody sent me this Elie Wiesel quote that said, silence helps the tormentors, it doesn't help the tormented. And neutrality helps the oppressors, not the oppressed. And there's moments that you have to evaluate whether silence is going to be your only option. And certain times that was our only option, but now is not that time.
Well, silence was never your only option. You could have went to the police. It's just that you value your career more than you and your esteem in Hollywood more than you value your own self-esteem. But now that it's trendy for women to speak about these issues, now you can act courageous and you can come forth with your alleged stories. But if I'm not hearing any names, if I'm not hearing any dates, if I'm not hearing any specificity in regards to what actually occurred, I'm sorry, it's just hearsay.
You know, we have public voices, we have resources, but women who are workers in this country have nothing to gain in certain instances by coming forward, but we want to help. Like, it gives me strength to hopefully help other women.
This quickly became, as I noted.
But anyway, that's it on this this little feature here. As we can see, many of these females are still confused. They're still bemused, and they obviously need help. But once again, because they've thrown off the ideology of male authority, you know, there was a time that if a woman was raped, her male relatives would get the revenge. They would handle it. But because the modern day female has alienated herself so much against men, now most of these men, when they hear about stories like this, don't have any type of passionate response to it, because their attitude is, okay, well, I guess you got to deal with it then. And that's unfortunate. But anyway, peace. All right, man, peace. So as I was watching the Oscars last night and I saw Kobe Bryant win his award for Best Animated Film, during the commercial break, I saw how the Me Too / Time's Up movement was going to move into its next phase of indoctrination. And that is the hashtag Here We Are movement. And the reason why I decided to make a video about it is because I thought that it was very important for brothers to be aware of some of the players that they're going to use to help move this agenda along. And that is a female by the name of Denise Frohman. First name D as in David, E, N as in Nancy, I-C-E. Last name F-R-O-H-M-A-N. This is a female who sat down and she gave her spoken word, so-called slam poetry about women and how powerful women are. But I just want you to pay very close attention to this commercial. It's supposed to be an ad that is going to be propagated on Twitter. As you can see, you have the Twitter emblem, which is the blue bird, even though the bird here is not blue. But as we all know, the emblem for Twitter is the blue bird, which is for mind control, because the MK Ultra program was first known as Project Bluebird. Social media platforms are mostly used for mass indoctrination, mass mind control experimentation, how they put out disinformation, misinformation, so on and so forth. So when I see a person like Miss Denise Frohman, who is an out-and-out butch lesbian, it's very obvious to me what her role is, and that is to be an agent of chaos. She styles herself as a so-called woman of color. But, of course, her father is a Caucasian Jew. Why do I highlight that? Because as I incessantly tell you brothers on this channel, behind the liberal blacks is the liberal Caucasians. And behind the liberal Caucasians are the Caucasian Jews. They're the ones who are at the forefront of most of these liberal and socialist reforms. And they love to take the lead in dictating to particularly so-called black people how they should think. This female, Denise Frohman, when you do a little research on her, she styles herself as a quote-unquote educator. I stated this a very long time ago on this channel. All education is a fancy way of saying indoctrination. When you go to get educated, you basically go to get indoctrinated. Now, there's certain information that you receive while you're getting your education that is true. Like mathematics is true. But you're also forced to embrace certain ideologies in the school system. One of the main ideologies that they're trying to push in the school system is pansexuality, the embracing of the veneration of Pan and Bacchus. And when you do a little research on this female, that is what she likes to promote as she goes across the country, teaching young males and females how to accept lesbianism, homosexuality, transgenderism. Please understand, as I always state, the God of this world, of this society, is the quote-unquote Baphomet, or Pan. But anyway, I'm going to let this commercial run, and I want you brothers to pay very close attention to how this female conducts herself. Once again, she is so-called Jewish. Even though she's trying to play like she's a woman of color, she's so-called Jewish. It is almost unerring that most of the reforms, particularly the liberal reforms in this society, are spearheaded by the Caucasian Jews. Why is that? Because socialism is the chosen mode of thought of the international bankers. Because once you divest any association with your culture, with your lineage, with your history, you're basically left to accept whatever's left. And that is globalism, everybody hold hands. And also, you have to embrace the fact that you're a corporate asset. That's all it's really about. But anyway, I'm going to let this commercial run. Of course, I'm going to chime in. Once again, please pay very close attention to the images and the hand signs, because they're going to tell on themselves.
I heard word a woman becomes herself the first time she speaks without permission.
That's Agent of Chaos promotion. Speak without permission. What does that mean? Say whatever you want, whenever you want. Don't think about it. Don't worry about who it affects. Embrace disorder. Also, please pay attention to the fact that they go out of their way to have women of every so-called race in this commercial. So-called black man. As I always tell you, the liberal black woman has three sides: the globalist angle, the racialist angle, and the feminist angle. And the number one is the feminist angle. Number two is the globalist angle. The racialist angle is actually number three. The average liberal black woman only talks about race when it suits her. Other than that, she's all for holding hands with everyone, with promoting lesbianism and pansexuality, and particularly being in favor of quote-unquote female rights.
Then every word out her mouth a riot.
Look at that. She said, the poet said, then every word out of her mouth a riot. And when they got to riot, look at the photo here that they had of this female throwing up the mano cornuto with both hands with her tongue out. Who is that for? That is for Pan, and that is for Kali. What is it I tell you brothers all the time on this channel? The goddess that they want to promote amongst these women is the destroyer goddess, Kali Ma. She always had her tongue out. Why is that? Because she was a blood drinker. You sacrifice people to Kali. She is basically the female version of Baal. You understand? Certain brothers might always wonder, damn, why is he always talking about MK Ultra or the quote-unquote pagan gods or Baal or this? Because it's very important that you brothers understand what's going on around you. Very, very, very important. Because if you don't understand it, what the Most High will allow to happen, he will allow you to fall prey to your worldly sensibilities. Your worldly sensibilities will be, wow, you know, this female's a nice person. Let me just go along with her. Let me just go along and get along. It's harmless. The next thing you know, you're dealing with all type of wild ideologies, because the main way that the Most High will allow you to fall prey to the ways of this world, if you're not willing to follow him, is through the woman. That's what he will allow. The same way that he told, quote unquote, Satan in the book of Job, you know, do what you want to him, just don't kill him. What was the first thing that Satan did? He had Job's wife turn against him. When Job was stricken with all those diseases, he had his wife tell Job, just curse God and die. So that's why it's very important for brothers to be, you know, very, very astute, mentally aware, mentally acute. They flash these commercials into your subconscious, you know, in a 30-second frame by frame collage of pictorials that most people don't understand what they're looking at. They look at this and they think that it means I love you with both hands. No, it does not. I mean, look at this female. Not only does she have two mano cornutos up, she has her tongue out and she's winking. So she's making sure that she has all her bases covered.
Riot. Say beautiful and point to the map of your body.
Isn't it interesting? She said, say beautiful and point to the map of your body. Well, I thought that most of the modern day women did not want to be valued for their physical body. I thought that they wanted to be valued for their brain and for their intellect and for their personalities. I guess it's okay for a lesbian to tell them to acknowledge that their bodies are beautiful. Isn't it so interesting that the females that claim that they're so pro-woman, like the poet here, want to look like men? Walking around with a short haircut and a cut-off button-down shirt, looking like Tom Cruise in Top Gun.
Say brave and wear your skin like a gown or a suit. Say hero and cast yourself.
Hey, look at what we have here. We have Miss Issa Rae. Now, I told you, brothers, in one of the videos that I did on the Me Too movement to watch out for her. They have a lot of big plans for this person here. You're going to see her a lot of different places. I commended her for her show, Insecure. Why is that? Because I called it an indirect satire, meaning what? She satirized the conduct of the young liberal black female, but she did not do it purposefully. She was just trying to create a realistic show. And she did a very good job because she showed how big a fuck up the average young liberal black female is, and how big of a fuck up the average young black male is who does not know what's going on around him. That is the character of Lawrence. So many times when shows are well made, you have to pay very close attention to them, because they say that art imitates life. But either way, pay very close attention to this woman and follow her very closely, because they do have big plans for her. When I say follow her, I don't mean support everything that she does. I mean just keep an eye on her projects.
Yourself in a lead role. When a girl pronounces her own name, there is glory. When a woman tells her own story, she lives forever.
Now, what does that mean when she says when a woman tells her own story, she lives forever? They no longer want to be under the hegemony of men. They don't truly want to be under their own control. This is just a tantrum that many of these liberal females are throwing, and that they're encouraging the average woman to throw. They know that these hijinks are not going to be long lasting, because the woman in general does not have a plan 4 or 5 steps down. They just don't. If men were to say, we're going to divest control of America and the quote unquote so-called civilized world to the woman, within 24 hours, the woman will be begging men to take back control. They're really just exalting in this momentary favorable light that they're being cast in, trying to make themselves believe that they're going to take over Hollywood with their silly, nonsensical, two-dimensional films that nobody goes to see. Nobody goes to see these movies that that many of these females want to tell in Hollywood. But look, she's putting her hand over her heart. She's pledging allegiance to the God of the heart. Who is the God of the heart? That is Heru.
If this poem is the only thing that survives me, tell them this is how I happened. Tell them I built me a throne. Tell them when we discovered life on another planet, it was a woman.
Now, what does she mean by that when she says, tell them when we discovered life on another planet, it was a woman? She's talking about the mother goddess Venus. That's the planet that she's referring to. She's talking about Venus. Okay? And the proof of that is that when you try to use that hashtag here we are on Twitter, they even acknowledge that it is accompanied by the image of the goddess Venus. So once again, brothers, this is why, see, I see things happening before they happen. That's why I try to prep you brothers mentally. Because the only way that any of this nonsense can be effective is if you just sit idly by mentally and just allow it to occur. And just say, oh, well, it's okay. They're just trying to figure out who they are, and they're just looking for respect. No, they're not. They're not looking for respect. They're looking for quote unquote supremacy. And in the act of trying to establish female supremacy, they're going to destroy as much as they can, because they don't really understand what's coming around the corner. The woman in general does not comprehend what is going to happen due to her hijinks. They just go along trying to see how much attention they can garner with foolishness. And then after the fact, they want somebody to clean up their mess for them. And I know a lot of people may not like that. It's okay. It's all right. But you brothers have to be prepared, because these commercials, these images, these movies, these television shows will influence many of the females that you know, because the woman is thoroughly plugged into the television. There's no doubt about that. They are thoroughly plugged in. But that's why I always harp on the mother goddess, Venus or Aphrodite. That is the goddess of love or of lust, right? Who was also a pansexual goddess. This is really just to push that sapphic sisterhood, that lesbian sisterhood. Because most of the ultra feminists are just a hop, skip, and a jump away from being lesbians. That's why they have the poetry reader being what? A lesbian.
Woman, as she built a bridge, not a border. I heard this is how you make history. This is how you create a new world.
Now, did you see this female right here? Once again, she's trying to play herself off as being a so-called Puerto Rican. I'm going to rewind it back for a moment. But when this ends, I want you to watch how she walks away. she walks away like a damn rat. All right? Like somebody who is sneaky and has an agenda that she's trying to push. Now, this here's another mother goddess venerator that I've mentioned in the past, Miss Ava DuVernay. This was the female that they originally wanted to direct or be at the helm of the Black Panther movie. Now, can you imagine what her plans were for the film if she disagreed with Marvel's image for the movie? As much female energy as they had dominate that film. Can you imagine what her plan was? Her plan was most likely to have T'Challa be killed in the middle of the damn movie and have Shuri and Nakia, whatever her name was, take over the mantle. Have two have two Black Panther bitches. This is probably what they wanted the movie to be called. The Black Panther bitches take over Marvel. Because I mean, damn, Ryan Coogler, he made sure that the females were exalted. So for her to turn down that film, can you imagine what she wanted to have happen? And also, just remember, this is Oprah's boo. Allegedly. She has a new film coming out called A Wrinkle in Time, based off of the classic book. And guess who's starring in it? Oprah Winfrey. Brothers, that worship of the mother goddess is very, very big amongst most of these liberal black females. Very big. So a lot of you guys, you let that shit go. And you sit back and you're like, oh, well, that's not that big a deal. I don't believe in the Bible anyway. That's why I always try to accentuate the importance of putting the Most High first. Because if you just follow behind the woman and her veneration of the mother goddess, first she's going to try to make you her servant. And when she gets bored with you, she's going to make you her financial servant. She's going to take you through the white man's court system. That is how that works. That is why I repetitively go over the ideology of Kali Ma. That's the destroyer goddess. She destroys and then she rebuilds. You guys always trying to figure out how come this chick is getting with a man, then breaking up, then getting with another man, and breaking up, then getting with another man and breaking up. That is Kali Ma. Miss Ava DuVernay is a very, very strict adherent to the veneration of the mother goddess, Sybil, Cybele. She had a son/husband named Attis, which is basically the Phrygian or the Anatolian version of Tammuz. He was depicted as being a eunuch, meaning what? He had his penis cut off so that he could serve his mother better. All right? You have to understand many of these ideologies because they know these ideologies backwards and forwards, and this is what they try to promote in their films. Miss Ava DuVernay, as well as one of her very close friends, Miss Alice Walker, who's also close with Oprah Winfrey.
And she built a bridge, not a border.
Hey, you see that? You have the V for Pan right there. As above, so below. You see her left hand on her hip, her right hand up in the V. Brothers, they're telling you, man. They're telling you the same things that I've been telling you for a long time. That's why I tell you the things that I speak on this channel, you're going to find are rock solid. Now, you see the peace sign, and I've spoken on this before, is for the god Pan. The so-called victory sign, which was introduced to the world by the chief druid priest, Winston Churchill, who was the chief of the druids, who, of course, they glamorized in many of these films. But he was in on many of the programs and the agendas that the Nazis were trying to push. They were working together on both sides, and eventually they just decided to end the Hitler program. Hitler was an agent of MI5, but that's neither here nor there. That's a story for another day. But as you can see here, this female is throwing up the V for Pan, right in front of her right eye, which is the Eye of Hathor, the mother goddess or the cow goddess. And as you can see here, of course, as above, so below. Right hand up, left hand down on her waist.
Not a border. I heard this is how you make history. This is how you create a new world.
There you go, slinking away like a damn rat. Damn sewer rat. Trying to see what weak-minded chick she can get to lay down and spread her legs in front of her. But anyway, that's it on that, brothers. Pay very close attention to what's going on. Be vigilant. Don't be weak. And beyond that, any one of these females or dudes who bring this nonsense your way, you have to tell them that no thank you. The only way that you're going to be able to come against this nonsense is to have a backbone. That's why I speak so strongly against the sentiment of the quote unquote black woman is God. Why are many of these cats saying this? Because they're cowardly and they don't want to be king. So they want to hide behind their mother/woman. And beyond that, most of them are side dudes. Most of these black women is God dudes. They're number side dudes. They're trying to figure out a way to kiss the woman's ass so that they can get a piece of ass. So now all of a sudden the black woman is God. It's nonsense. But anyway, peace.